All right, everyone. I want to thank you all so much for joining us. I know we're running a little bit late. We're trying to get everybody in here, but we will not be having Desmond with us this evening for the Expanse, our wonderful Sunday game, now in its in-game stages. Do not worry, there will be no in-game spoilers here, though. But we'll get right into some wonderful Dungeons and Dragons, as DM'd by the wonderful Brendan. Monsieur Brendan, what do you have for us tonight?
Say that, but someone may be going up a dragon's butt and getting very large too. But you know, that's fine.
Batman saves everyone. Sorry, I just have to say.
God,
I know, I'm so sorry for
we
spoiling.
just talked about this. So, Lionhead Gaming will no longer be associating itself with the player known as Peter. He'll be leaving
Fuck.
facilities effective immediately.
Have a great life.
Alright.
And then Thanos said, "Not the 8th Infinity Stone!" No. Oh, that's a spoiler? I didn't know we were on stream.
Oh shit. Alrighty. So yeah, we've gone sort of a long way with this group. Starting in a small little town called Heartclaim oh so long ago. The party's been together in one form or another. Some members have come and gone, but it's been close to 2 years or so that the party originally came together in game, and close to in real life too, I guess. As it's sort of all come full circle a bit. The heroes went off doing minor little things in search for money and treasure and glory and all that good stuff. Then some people had some personal problems they needed to take care of. A pirate ship that needed to be hunted down, some strange mines that needed to be explored, and some horrible monsters that ravaged the land that needed to be dispatched. All that slowly taken care of one by one, party growing in power. Eventually they found themselves in faraway lands, and they didn't really get to see Heartclaim for quite a bit, as duty called in different places. Trying to find new information, they went to the Jin Sands about the growing threat of the dragon that they now face, and there they even found themselves in existence. That of the fire, and for just a brief moment even water, and the Shadowfell, as their adventure sort of took them all over the place, eventually landing in, well, the miniature war itself in Troskin, against a fiend that had ruled over thousands of people and had caught the ire of one of our members of Ivar. He wanted her killed, and he wanted her, well, things, possession, and even nation. And that was accomplished. Some trickery was used, some deception, some playing of cards, but eventually the demon lay dead, and a nation was under the control of Ivar. But there was still a threat that loomed. Karseth, now known to the party as apparently the creature that gave birth or created Cinder, his father in some sense of the word. And apparently he did not like that one of his children had ran away. And a threat was given about a year ago that at the beginning of the year, Karseth would be there for him. Take him if he did not decide to return of his own free will. He would not escape his dragon master, his dragon father. He would have him one way or another. Well, of course, Cinder, not exactly enthused about the idea of going back to his usual life of doing menial tasks for a dragon and being locked away. So, things needed to be prepared. And the rest of the party, knowing that a dragon loomed, coming for Heartclaim, some of where the people own businesses and residents and have friends. They prepared for the worst. And as time went by, tasks were completed, the threat continued to loom. And it's only the most recent days, the party returning from excursion to Elysium itself, to seek the aid of the gods in this endeavor to find what the state of the world was, as there were inklings of strange things happening throughout Omnia, and many of our members were religiously inclined, and of course, when mysteries are abound, why not ask the highest power that they knew of? So, returning from Elysium, answers in hand about their own nature, about their own plights, about, well, what they're going to do next after all this is over, they still needed something. An army. Or several armies, in this case. As Karseth, through the eyes of the gods, was revealed to be raising just that himself. Thousands upon thousands of creatures seeming to flow from the unwon sea, a strange place in between the Jin Sands and the Great Scale Mountains, a contested territory between the Jin and dragons since time immemorial, since the Great War and the Gods' Retreat. But it seems like something had now changed. Karseth has taken claim of these islands, and that is where his armies grow. Our party has been in quite a tizzy of late, trying to gain what they could to prepare for this. We've had Ivar, his new nation in hand, raising up, well, people that have been shackled and used all their life to be marched off for war. Not an easy task. Many of them were tired of the tyranny that they came from, and to many it seemed like they would fall directly into the same plight that they had before, just under a different name. But Ivar knew the truth. He had spoken to the gods, and in one way or another he was their savior, at least for just a moment. And when it came down to it, a war had to be fought, and he had people under his command that he could call upon. So he's been working tirelessly to try to get these people into shape, armed and armored, trained, and toughen their resolve for what was to come ahead. Thankfully, he had aid. The people of Tyr that helped them in the subjugation of the demon of, well, Ivar's previous nation that he's taken hold of was there to lend a helping hand, and even devoted many of their troops to this effort. With that, they've raised quite a force. Some of it green, but still willing to fight as they march westward towards the Heart Claim and towards the Expanse, for the initial confrontation with Karseth's forces. Other members have worked as well. Desmond, although sadly not here this afternoon, won his place back from his guild. And with that, a small army in itself, automatons that were being created by his cousin, found in storage, quite a many of them. And, well, his family has actually become somewhat of experts on creating them. So, that force was mustered as well, sent westward. Lannister, creating a small attachment of basically mercenaries himself, sending them to Heartclaim to be the home guard, and doing what Lannister does best, heading to the front lines sooner than anyone else. There's rumors of enemy forces harrying the Jin, and, well, Lannister knows no better way than to cut down as many as he can, while the rest prepare their stockings and getting everything else in line. We had Cinder taking a bit of a different route. Cinder, although maybe the one most in peril through all this, found himself in a faraway land, far away from Heartclaim, far away from the threat that promised, well, his subjugation again. And he took his time to create a business all his own. In the heart of business and trade and luxury, he formed a bit of an organization, one could say, that maybe in the gray area of legality, but one that was going to hold a heavy hand in Troskin, and even helping Ivar in his efforts to rebuild his nation. Doesn't hurt that he's getting quite wealthy in the process. Tillman, preparing for something that's been long waited for. Something that was born of the grouping of our friends. A wedding. Him and Desmond finally tying the knot. As maybe it's not the perfect timing in the world, but these sort of things it never is. With a threat looming, well, knots were tied. And a wedding took place. Besides that, though, a different army was raised. Tillman has been... The fuck was that? Tillman has become a master of his craft, a wizard like no other, and in the coming days, he has been able to turn stone itself into walking suits of armored soldiers, raising one every day to increase the forces that they'd face Karseth with, as he's worked tirelessly every day to create such things. Not to say he may have taken a trip a little bit with Desmond, to enjoy the life for at least a little bit. And with all that, the largest force came from, well, the ones that actually claimed Heartclaim, the Ironwall Republic. They are the ones that expanded westward. They are the ones that wish to claim the Expanse. One that some of our members actually originated from and are born citizens of. But they needed some convincing. But it wasn't Yolder that convinced them. At least not the way she once was. Yolder seemed to have taken a bit of inspiration in her speaking with the gods, seeing Hephaestus, the god of craft, in his new form. She knew the legends. Hephaestus was a giant of old, created by the gods to fight in a war, but when his body started to fail him, he started to build it anew. Every piece of his skin that broke and crumbled away, he would replace it with metal. Her initial goal was to search out this metal, the pieces of her god, and even found quite a bit of it, the living metal of legend. But it wasn't enough. At the end, she wanted to, well, follow the same path, I suppose. And in the beginning of her break, searching out what she wanted to craft, she followed in Hephaestus' footsteps. Now with the gift to be able to hold the forged soul indefinitely, to become something more than just her flesh and blood, she crafted herself a new body. Formed from the stone of the Great Crown Mountains, where it's believed Hephaestus was originally born himself, and molded in the heat of World Mount, the largest volcano of the world that is ever burning. Her new form was given life. Her old form burned away in the process. She was born anew, and with that, she sought off to prepare as well. Speaking to one of the council members of the Ironwall Republic, and in doing so, guaranteeing forces, thousands of men strong to face off against the forces coming against them in the Southern Expanse. And with all that said, with everything that's happened, months have gone by. And at this point, it's getting close to the beginning of November. Not even 2 months remain before the promised day of Karseth's arrival. Forces are streaming through the ridgeway of the Broken Mountains, through Promise View, and into Heartclaim, aided by a strange new invention of one of their associates, you could say, Dareday Steam and his steam train, ferrying troops and supplies back and forth between Troskin and Heartclaim. They've made quick work of it, and thankfully they have, as news has grown dire. And with this, everyone has started to gather once again. Lannister has been called back away from the southern Jin Sands. doing his best to cut down as many kobolds and drakes as he can that seem to swarm in those deserts, harassing their Jinn allies. But the time had come. A war was brewing. Ships had been sighted in the unwon sea, and they were beginning to land in the southern expanse. And so, we come back to our group. Back in Heartclaim. It's November 10th at this point, as some of the final troops are starting to arrive in Heartclaim. Preparations are finally starting to be complete. Toman still working with materialists. He has still raising forces, but time is running very short. It seems like the forces in the south are starting to move. But, well, it seems like whatever our heroes are going to do, they'll most likely need a plan. So, we come back to Heartclaim. In the midst of the Expanse. Our little town, out in the edge, in the middle of the world, in the unclaimed territory. But it looks a little bit different than the last time that everybody's gathered here. Walls have been formed, armies have been raised, and our party has been called to the Heart on the Hill. A fort that rests in the center of Heartclaim, as it seems like a meeting is in order. If there's anything I missed, I'd love for the players to share. If there's anything we needed to hash out that we did not get to, I invite it. Otherwise, we're going to be getting stuck in on preparations for what is. All right.
Yolder also became a saint.
Yelder attempting to do her saintly duties. She's raising an arm. Yes. Yeah, her new form is a dog. As
Well, so does that mean she's got like some booze like on her neck?
all right. So with that, it is midday on November 10th. You've all been called to the middle of Heartclaim. As you start to advance, you see stationed outside a plethora of tents and buildings. You know that the forces streaming into this town over the last few days, buildings have been stocked full. The local residents have been doing their best to try to aid incoming forces. There are whispers and rumors about, but the truth of everything seems to not quite have been so widely spread. The people of the town know that there is danger afoot, and this military, it's gotten people nervous. But the people of Heartclaim know, well, the Outriders. They know that they are good people, that they are here for a reason. And they've been sharing their homes, their food, and, well, waiting to hear what is to come of them. And as the town is abuzz, thousands of people in the streets, soldiers, everywhere you look, the party starts to head up the hill, seeing lines of soldiers on either side that welcome them as they approach. They see the gate slung open, portcullis raised, as they walk within the entrance. They see a plethora of troops lined up within as well. Knights of what looks like Tyr's army stationed in front of the door. And as they walk within, they see a familiar face. Maybe the not most inviting in the world, but an elderly man with a bristling beard stands before them. You can see redness under his eyes as the ever-tired Orleon stands before you.
Brendan.
Yep.
I can't control the nightmare. I can't.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can't move him. Well, no.
Wait,
no,
you just plop him.
he just can't move.
I can plop him, and I can open the character sheet and edit the character sheet. I just can't move.
Let me see. Nightmare. Can be edited by Var. That's Well,
Actually, it doesn't make any sense if you can select on him and plop him. You should be able to move him.
yeah. Does it just have the wrong token selected to it?
Could be.
Well, no, because that would be the token that you pop down. Technical difficulties. What is wrong with you?
Hey, my hit points have a little number and out of how much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll 20 had a little update. I don't know. I don't know why that's doing that. It says on the character sheet that you can
And if
control it.
it's to any merit, I also can't see its number here. So,
Must be something.
Oh, yeah, if you can't see the hit points, then...
Alright. Oh, it might be attached to the old nightmare, because there were 2 nightmares when I was fucking around with it. Let me do this. Alright. Can you control it now?
Yes.
Okay.
ah.
It was attached to the bad guy nightmare and not your nightmare. Whoopsie doodles.
How about moonwalks backwards?
Alright. And as the group all comes together, some of you you all met a while ago, back at, Toman and Desmond's wedding. That was the first time you saw Yolder. It's taken some getting used to. But Yolder, as you see walking through this gate, you can notice the eyes upon you. As it's obvious. None of your group particularly look normal. Some of them are heavy, guarded knights that now ride beasts made of flame and brimstone. Some of you have giant draconic wings spread across your back. Others hold flaming swords and beat red armor. Some of you are somewhat unassuming.
Or blonde.
But Yolder, your new form is certainly eye-catching. It's something that people are starting to get used to, especially with Frederick walking around, but your new form, there is no flesh left to it. As you have become a visage of your god Hephaestus itself.
She also has a tail.
Yeah. With a little bit of props to whoever your artist is that I can't remember the name of.
Thank you, Amanda LaPalme, for doing this wonderful character design. And there's also limited prints available if you wanted them in the store from her as well, so you can get a cool poster.
Toman, no.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it just smacks him in the face and impales him. That's fine.
Can you still ride a horse?
Yeah, you just
Or
move the
does it
tail
like-
up. And I don't
goes
ride
like
horses,
that?
I just ride Ashimka.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I made her...
Thanks for putting in the extra HP, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the plate mail. I appreciate it.
Yep.
She has new plate mail for me as well. It also has a saddle built in. I talked about this with Brendan. He sighed a lot, but, say love you.
Yeah, it was real graphic. It was not good. As you all start to approach, you get a nod and a wave over the hand of Orleone, the attendant of the mayor of Heartclaim. As you start to approach, it's about time you arrived. Everyone is already inside waiting for you. Please, if you could make your entrance. If you leave your steeds outside.
Oh no, that's just Yoda.
I'm talking about the horse of.
Oh, come on, Freddy, you're good.
As you walk up to the doors, you can see slightly ajar, as it seems like the door is not locked. You can hear voices from within, light from what looks like torches and sconces, although it is in the middle of the day, as it seems like probably enough windows would show enough. As you see the entrance and some familiar faces within. As you start to make your entrance, you can see all the heads start to turn to you. Let's get a little bit. You see a woman of strange golden hair that seems to flow like fire off of her head. Genevieve de Sassamine, the attendant of none other than Sassamine, the trade prince that has lended a bit of aid in the coming quarry. As some of you may have noticed a bit ago, 2 days or so ago, a sight was seen on the horizon coming in your direction. Something in the air. Something large. It seems like Sassamine, a promise given to Yolder, has shown herself upon an airship of her own design, as, well, as Yolder knows, a gift that was given requires her attendance in one way or another. You also see Roderick Odison, the sheriff of Heartclaim, a renowned warrior, and the right hand of Calcor Vrish, the mayor of Heartclaim, and a former general of the Ironwall Republic, one that you've had a couple dealings with before, and is even somewhat of a business partner at the current date with Cinder. You see General Ashenrook, the general responsible for the Western Expanse, usually positioned in the town to the east of Promise View, but now leading up a large contingent of Ironwall troops brought here under the suggestion of Yolder, but now taking command of them himself. Maribel Evans, a knight in service of Tyr, that is positioned within Promise View alongside General Ashenrook, that is his right hand in all of this. And Anthony McGuire, a knight that you met a bit ago, back within Troskin, back in the Holy Lands, a renowned knight of Tyr also, that will be here to serve as the commander of the Tyr troops. And Jade Hawthorne, last but not least, recently revealed to, well, be the sister, actually, of our good friend Ivar. She has been his right hand in the last few months or so, helping to establish relationships between Tyr and Ivar's new nation, now known as Ivar's Hanvils. Hanvils? Anvils.
Handfuls.
Hanvils.
Yeah. No, handfuls, please God.
And then I almost skipped him. Somewhat unassuming. But you have Tors Aliato, the representative of Beatty, who brought troops, as promised, about 1,000 strong, of Beatty's forces himself, one of the other trade princes. As you all enter, nods are shared, looks of agreement, as General Ashenrook puts a hand upon the table. Welcome! It's about time you made it. I thought we were going to have to start this meeting without you. We were just done with pleasantries. But the time for all that is about done. We have pressing matters, and there is much to be discussed. A battle plan must be created for what is to come. I hope you're all prepared for this. I would hear your input, one way or another.
Let
you
me,
go.
You'll just step to the front of the table there.
I'm just standing right behind Toman, peering over him. I'm fine. I can see more than enough.
I remain in the back. I know a plan's important, but I know that's not my, my expertise.
I mean, all things considered, in our time of the party, plans aren't really our thing in general. To be
Yolder
honest,
loves the plan. Yolder sits in plans.
yeah, Yolder likes the
maps
plan,
out.
but do we actually execute said plan?
Indeed, Yolder has been planning a bit. Some of the information that's been gathered through the spies allowed to you, through some informants of sort, some spies under even Yolder's direct command, those within the Jin Sands. Information has been gathered. As you all look upon the table, you can see two large maps strewn out before you. One is that of basically all of Omnia, as the general looks down at it. Indeed. This is what we have so far. As he points in the middle, a finger placed within the unwon sea. What we know is your friend, Karseth, is marshalling his forces upon the islands in the unwon sea. Skirmishes have been constantly harrying the Jin in the south, as he places a finger in the southern attachment between the Great Scale Mountains and the Jin Sands. Lannister here has been, skirmishing with them for a while now, but we have made no headway in truly ascertaining their number or strength of force. They seem to simply be trying to draw away numbers from the Jin in the north, and they have been successful. No matter how much they fight them off, there are always more, and always enough to be just a threat to draw off forces from the western coast of the Jin Sands. The second line of their defense, quick to be there first. What we understand, the Jin, if pressured enough, have no intention of holding the fallen Fatanhawa city. And if a large enough force truly does come from the south, their first line of defense will be abandoned as well. They have no belief that they can hold the western coast. If the war is to strike them at two angles, they will be retreating back to Al-Adana, and they will hold that city until the last. We would aid them in this endeavor, even holding the beaches, but we do not have the luxury to do so. The force that threatens their western coast comes for our southern. A force equally strong, what we estimate to be 10,000 strong, march upon our southern border. Even now their ships unload countless kobolds and drakes and lizardmen upon our shore, and for us to marshal now, we would not meet them until they were forced to be reckoned with.
Are they, trained? Are they warriors?
The monstrous forces in the south.
Yes.
Kobolds are simple creatures. They are fierce when cornered, but usually, if caught unaware, they are cut down as easily as goblins. One or two could overpower a man, but in great numbers they are wicked and cruel. They know where to cut a man to bring him to his knees. Any one of our regulars is more than a match for them. Even a green recruit could probably take one by himself, but their numbers are somewhat overwhelming. Just an army is this. Just their kobolds could be a serious threat to the Expanse. And they are not alone. The lizardmen, although fewer in number, are more dangerous. They stand 7 to 8 feet tall. They are muscular and known for combat. Many of them ride upon gigantic lizards, creating powerful cavalry. Our heavy knights would be a match for them, but it does not mean that they are not a serious threat to our infantry. And they are not the only thing that we have to worry about. In the last month or so, we have had reports in the west of orcs migrating to our southern coast. Some seem to attempt to avoid our eyes, but they have revealed themselves. It only saddens me that there is nothing we could do about it, not quick enough. Some have been caught out by the garrison in the south, but many have gone simply reported, migrating southernwards towards the forests in the south. We believe their intent is to meet up with this force on the coast. I do not know why they would ally themselves with this Karseth, but their intent seems clear nonetheless. Besides that, a plethora of wyverns have been seen in the airs. The Jinn have attempted to scout the islands, but they have been met with countless wings and poisoned stingers, not to mention the wing of colored scale. We believe on our southern coast there are no fewer than 20 dragons that wait within the ranks that come to find our end. There are even reports of some much larger than others, although many of our scouts have not returned. None that have, well, ventured close, that is. I'm afraid to say our information is somewhat lacking. This current date, we have maybe a day or so, or maybe a week before they begin their march north. But we must come up with a plan to stop them. If we do not, we cannot give aid to the Jinn, and we are isolated from them, as they are from us. No aid can be given to one side or the other until one is victorious. And from the Jinn's plan to defend their cities, I do not believe they will be breaking that siege anytime soon. And although Heartclaim has done much to fortify itself, we are not a castle city. We have walls and men, but they would do little against dragons covering the skies. We must stop them in the fields. As he pushes one map away and pulls up another, a more closely focused map of the Expanse itself. You can see on it many of the farmsteads are marked by name, and it seems like some figures have been placed upon the map. Even some scrawlings have been marked out, drawn across the surface of it as well. You can see the Unone Sea marked with notes, ships marking 10,000 forces strong, showing the migration patterns of these orcs that seem to have been grouped up from the west and then focused southwards, and a battle line drawn. This is what we have. I've spoken with Yolda before, but we would seek to stop them before they cross the Crown Mountains. The further away from Heartclaim, Promise View, and Stoneway, the better. If they escape us, at least that would give those locals time to either evacuate or marshal their own forces and militias to face whatever comes for them. But if we are besieged in Heartclaim, we will need to immediately order an evacuation. And this town would become a war zone. the numbers we're facing, if they would break our lines, Heartclaim would not survive.
Evacuate to where? The Centaurs? Where can they go?
They would escape further east into Ironwall land. But if we do not stop them here, it seems like your dragon is not quite content to just take this city. The force he's mustered, and, well, they're intent on the Jin Sands. It seems quite clear that they wish to spread and reach as far as they can.
Speaking of him, do we know where he's at?
I've heard rumors of gigantic reddened wings in the southern territories, within the coast, within their forces. If this is your Karseth, I do not know. But there is certainly a great red within their numbers.
Suppose anybody who comes close enough, his presence would buckle them, and I don't know that they would come back to report, so suppose that's all we'll get.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I totally would have, in my information gathering days, I totally would have tried to use a little bit of that scry poo on old big red. What happened there, God?
Same thing that happened
Look up
with me in
how scrying
Bahamut, maybe.
Yeah, let me go look up scrying real quick.
See, I pissed off Bahamut, you pissed off Karseth, we're even.
We're not.
Oh yeah, the attempt to use scrying. It was a shot in the dark to start with. As you're aware, if you try to cast a spell on a creature, the subject, if they're willing, they can allow the observance of them to happen. If they are not, they can fight against the effect, willing it away and stopping your advance. And sure enough, every time you attempted, like a snap of the fingers, the magic was washed away. You've been able to gain no hold on where this great beast is.
Only I had one of his scales.
Well, what it sounds like is, I feel like our troops could take the ground troops, and Wyverns are dangerous but doable, but I think we need to take care of all those dragons.
Aye.
I don't really think the troops can deal with them like us.
I mean, a regular
Look.
man against a dragon's breath will just fall immediately. Waves of them.
Yes.
Indeed. We have a great number of archers at our disposal. If they come within range, I do not doubt that we could shred a younger dragon in an instant. But that would require them to foolishly walk within our sights. If they intend to simply harry our troops from range, using breath to shred our infantry, there's very little we could do to stop them. We do have a few answers, however. To your friend Desmond, a great number of dwarven cannons can be brought to bear. We have ballistas from our force and Ivar's as well, enough to take down a dragon. If we can find the opportunity, we can bring them down. But they are on wing, and siege equipment is not.
All this ballista, it's immobile, correct?
Indeed.
So,
The crews can move them, but to chase after dragons is folly.
right, so this is last defense. I assume we don't want to let them harry our walls with us inside behind a ballista. We'll have to come out and fight them.
Field weapons, so we could bring them up behind the lines of our soldiers down south of the Crown Mountains. there they could hold until given an opportune shot, but at that point, well, men would already be dying.
Indeed. We have enough siege equipment to protect and cover our infantry, but only from a small force. And if they intend to evade them, there is not much we can do. And as Toman says is true, we will be relying on our mobile troops to take care of those dragons. And well, there are few among us that could match their strength, save for you all.
Aye.
Assuming everything does go right, we beat the forces. Are we gonna push? Are we gonna go into dragon territory and end that threat?
Well, absolutely. I'm
The
going.
Iron Wall has made it contingent that their forces will not march into the Great Scale Mountains. To the Unwon Sea is perhaps another matter, but I need to issue a correspondence with their high command, assuming that this battle goes in our favor.
And I'm sure you all are aware by now, the meeting of a dragon's lair, the meeting of an entire civilization of dragon's lairs, I think, cannot be understated, but there may never be another chance like this.
Indeed. I've been given strict orders. I am not to march our men upon the Great Scale Mountains. That would be folly. However, we do believe that is not exactly where our quarry lies. The troops are being marshaled from the islands in the Unwon Sea. If those islands are taken, the threat will be neutralized. We do not seek to hunt down every last dragon. We have a singular threat. Ilkarseth was the one behind all of this. He is the one that must be ended. And as Yoda says, I've been given orders that I am only to march upon the Unwon Sea if the threat we face is known and the fight is winnable. At this point, we know what forces are aimed in our direction, but we do not know what remains behind. If we end this fight with our forces still intact, we will certainly investigate. But I give no promises on my men following into that damnable sea.
If everything pans out in a favorable fashion, and we can win to the south, we can then aid the Jinn. If we can repel their invasion force as well, our communications with the Water Jinn, and hopefully with the Iron Wall, could lead us taking both forces to the islands in the Unwon Sea. Assuming we win.
I do believe that is the wisest of courses. If we can crush this invading force, secure our borders, then we will catch the enemy in a pincer, caught between our hammer and the Jinn's anvil, crushing them in two and relinquishing the Jinn's forces for our aid. We can only hope that their siege goes well and that they do not lose many of their people, so that when we do strike as aid, they will be able to muster in full force. Then, and only then, is when we should turn our eyes to the Unwon Sea.
Now, in terms of the battle south of the Crown Mountains, we do not know the exact numbers of the orcs and where they'll be in the marsh, but I have great concerns for our western flank, and as such am planning to position, well, as she kind of gestures back to the three very large stone golems that are just sitting outside. I plan on positioning them towards that flank and keeping a close eye on it. The dragons will be something that we will most likely have to deal with ourselves, looking to the rest of the Outriders. Beyond that, I trust the generals will be more than capable when it comes to the infantry, cavalry, and archers otherwise.
Indeed. When it comes to formation, if you wish, I would take your suggestions in kind. We have constructed, or in the process of constructing, a small fort south of the Crown Mountains. It is barely a fortification. However, it will create a base of command, where we can take the injured and leave supplies to guard it from raiders of kobolds and like. The terrain there is favorable and scouted. I believe that is where we should make our stand. This is a map of the area as he pulls away the map of the region in front of you as he pulls up what looks like a small map of the battlefield to come. There's a piece of land about a quarter of or a half a mile or so. On the east, the river turns into marsh. It would be favorable to the lizard men, which is a problem, but the rest of their forces would find it difficult to march within. I do not believe that is where they would head. To the west, the plains open, but for them to head in that direction would cut much time in their plan. From what it looks like, and from what little I know of dragons, I don't think they will change their course. There's no reason for them not to march directly into our lands and take all they can. So I believe they will pass through this place.
Advancing directly from the south.
Indeed. You spoke of positioning your golems on the western flank, yes?
Indeed, assuming that this is the general direction of the Lost Marshes.
Indeed, as he pulls up a small figure and places it on the map.
I would...
The Iron Wall contingent is over 3,000 strong. We will hold the center, in all likelihood, placing ourselves at the forefront. Our men are trained and will not break, unless completely overwhelmed. We have archers to protect our infantry, and trained cavalry for flanks. But we can only cover so much territory, as a host of different figures are placed upon the map.
Do you plan to fight within view of the fort?
Indeed. Our line is to be a decent ways in front, but it must be within reach for those troops to retreat. If men shall break, to be lost upon the fields, they need a place to regroup and supplies to be held, for those of our medically trained to be housed. The field will be no place for them. We are not fighting another nation. Their drakes and kobolds and orcs will care not for us trying to tend to our wounded. Those attending will simply be cut down in kind. We need some place of harbor.
Do you have ballistas positioned in the fort?
I do not. As I said, the fort is a quick construction. It is nothing more than palisade walls and tents.
This is where I would put a host of ballista. Then Because all I see then is a host of timber to be burned or coursed through with melting spittle and electric waves.
My headphones die. Very well. We will put a smaller regiment of ballista upon the outskirts. 35 units to protect it.
Good. With that being beneath it, then I think that might be a good place to position the sky yacht as well. From there, my guns can provide overlook for the forces holding the fort.
Very well.
Do you want to put that where they have no advantage? If we're not there to protect against the dragon, will it not just fall immediately?
That's why I wanted ballista there as well. Between the ballista, the detachment I'll leave on the sky yacht, and the cannons on board itself, it is probably the most hostile place for something to fly over.
Well, Ivar, your troops from the Anvils hold the second most of our number, third with the Tears forces. I understand your men are not the most trained, but in battles like this, much of the time numbers mean everything. I will try to hold the center, but where will your men be stationed?
Ivar would know, because Ivar's smart and into war tactics. Peter has no fucking...
It's up to Peter, man. I'm not making that decision.
Fuck. I don't know. Alright, where do you guys want him? Asking the party. Asking Jordan, not you. Alright.
This fort's like an outpost below Heartclaim?
It depends on what your host is comprised of. What do you got if you want help?
Troops? TM?
Is that Dumbo the Elephant?
The majority of infantrymen, small amount of cavalry, some trained animals, some ballista, and some mechanized forces. None of them are particularly well trained. The elephants are dangerous, but small in number. They would probably be good for a single charge, but into any reasonable amount of men, simply be too much.
I mean, I would probably use your forces to strengthen our wings, considering the iron wall's holding the center. So you'd probably do the elephants on the eastern flank, hold them in reserve for a potent charge if things get stuck in the center. I don't know what this dude is. What's that guy?
No.
Just a lot of
Put him in the east. Don't
basically the size of the little figurines he is putting on the map are basically representative of the amount of men. So that is 100 men strong, or 400 men strong.
Yeah, is it archers? Is that what that is?
Yes, they are archers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah, they are
No,
archers.
you don't want to put Peter's forces in the east because that's all marshland. Elephants would just sink into the mud.
Well, I was saying like east of the fort, so like the orientation's a little weird.
Because like past this point is marsh, right?
Yeah, basically where it starts to turn strange greenish color, basically just around the river is where it starts to turn marsh. So anything basically eastward of this hill.
Oh.
Yeah, so they could be positioned here, or like anywhere in. Can I do the line
Yeah,
thing?
that is not marsh. There you go.
Yeah, you position the elephant somewhere in this region, so that way, if need be, they can come in this way. You put just a small contingency with the stone golems to cover the west flank, and if they're needed, they can go to the center as well. So probably these 3 units would be what
So
I
you
would
take-
throw up these.
That would be all of his heavy infantry and 1 unit of normal infantry.
we can bring a heavy back and then bring these ranged guys instead, the mechanized units with the rifles and shields.
Gadook. Mechanized rifleman.
So you just position the mechanized riflemen behind the heavy infantry and normal infantry, obviously stone golems providing support to the heavy infantry. Did you ever figure out how you're gonna bring out your trump card, Peter? Your fun thing that you're super excited about that I don't want to spoil?
Oh yeah, the Trump. Oh shit, everything's gone to all hell. I mean, you got space up there in the cannonballs, buddy.
I mean, you guys have outfitted the air yacht to be able to carry something pretty heavy, although you probably cannot carry two very heavy things at the same.
And we have like 5 very heavy things, all things considered.
I don't want it
like
to freak out and start tearing apart the ship.
Yeah, and then it's like
it's like when you're trying to pack the T-Rex into the fucking truck in Jurassic Park, and they have to sedate it. So that's my issue with that. So then you do.
We can keep the trump card with the elephants.
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Just keep them separate so it doesn't just kill the elephants.
I guess the trump card.
Yeah, we're not thirsty. We got elephants.
I have
baby.
War Beast. Yeah, that's the perks of taking over a gladiatorial place. You get all the fun animals that we would have thought.
And you guys
About a
noticed
purple
that,
worm.
strangely enough, Ivar carried or got hauled out here basically on a train cart by itself, this gigantic fucking cage that has been covered up that you have been hearing terrible sounds coming from, and it almost like radiates heat when you get close.
Yeah. So that'll be the second wave from the east then.
Yeah. We'll put those 5 over there. Because I mean, if it all goes to hell, what's the worst that could happen at that point, right?
So you're putting your 5. What are you putting over here?
Well, because like the fort is throwing me off. Right? So if they're going, if we're expecting to meet them at the fortification, then we'd want to just keep this. Go like this, and then like this, and then like that.
Because this was like the big blue line, right?
Yeah,
On the
that's what we're
previous
setting
map.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically, this is just you still have about twice as many as this in forces. So if you jumble them all up, your battle line is going to be crushed in one side, and the majority of your forces won't be able to be in.
Say that again?
If you pile up all your forces around this fort, then you're just going to get encircled.
Yep.
And you'll have no battle line.
But then Sansa will show up and save us. It's fine.
So it's basically you have a natural terrain covered on the east that if you're able to put your forces up against, it will give you some natural cover knowing that enemy troops won't be able to circle around quite as easily on that side. And on the far west, you have a river also covering this and a fort. So it seems like the forces will most likely not be going directly for the fort, as it really doesn't really hold any defensive ability. It's just a place to store supplies for after the battle.
Okay, so
and for where defeated troops can retreat back to.
Yeah,
If we absolutely need to, I could create a fortress.
I love you. I love you so much.
You could create a fortress.
Yeah, I mean, it'll last for like 7 days. So I guess if I like get out to wherever this is now, I can make it, and then we can have it for like the next 7 days.
Sure, I can make one too. You guys want like another one?
How large are we speaking?
It's like 120 feet on each side.
See if I can find a token for a random fortress.
The fun fact is, I also gave you a map for it, by the way. I don't know if you remember that. You need one. There's a Mighty Fortress map I sent you a long time ago.
Yeah, you get that fireball on, Ryan. You get that fireball on.
Grey Goose.
What? That's not your drink.
Lately it has been. I don't always drink the same thing. It gets boring.
As the commander pulls out something that looks basically like the fort that he has placed on here. So you can create 2 fortresses upon. That would certainly strengthen a line position and defensive positions, and would protect ballista positioned within them and archers upon their wall. How long do you need to create these things?
Takes about a minute.
Oh, God. You people are insane. Very well. Where would you have them made? I don't know how this magic works, so I'm assuming they're made of stone? Sturdy?
Yeah, they're start out.
I'll
I
put
don't
one.
really know.
You know, Ivar's got his reserves over there. Why don't we have them protected in case something? Let them have a. I'll create one with a large gate. Have them protected and able to come from the flank if needed.
We will position the elephants and whatever you have in that cage out there within the courtyard of this fort. I'm assuming that's courtyard. And once it's pretty, open up the gates and surge forward.
Oh, actually, why don't we, instead of letting ourselves being encircled or potentially wrapped around, if we have a fortification to the west and we have a fortification to the east, we should move a fortification slightly to the north, and we have a sort of pool from which we can focus our forces in. So let's bring it a little bit to the left there. Yeah, like right there-ish. Yeah. So that way it's not a super deep V, but it's more or less a V or a point or whatever. And so then we position the Iron Wall forces in the middle of this. Bring that over. Keep it relatively equilateral here in order for it to actually work.
I believe you mean
Right.
scalene.
That's what I keep you around for, to keep those
Like,
things
the
in
back,
mind. Yeah, there you go. And so
Well.
then we can bring our western flank forces to like. That way the riflemen have an overlook and the infantry can march down against whatever orcs are there.
Very well.
Let's keep position Ivar.
Oh, across the river.
Yeah, we'll catch them in
Oh.
the river if they come that way.
Gotcha.
We're gonna bring.
Basically, the numbers on them is basically the tier of the unit, how trained and well armed. As you can tell, a lot of Ivar's basically green, where a lot of the Ironwall troops are quite well.
Okay. And then.
Well,
I'd suggest having cavalry over here.
Yeah, and then we're just gonna take all of the rest of Ivar's forces, this whole little horrible block. Those are the fast robots, aren't they?
they're basically just foot soldiers.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that whole group set up to come in from the east. So weird cats, horses, robot foot soldiers.
having Ivar's infantry on the right center, heavy infantry front of the fort.
Yeah, and then I know this is not to scale, but more or less with the speed of the airship, how long would it take to get from the center point to the western fort?
It should be able to make it there in like a minute or so.
Okay, so essentially one round it'll be there. Okay, so
Yeah.
then what we'll do is we'll be a center.
Very well.
How much heavy cavalry do we have over here on the eastern flank?
Eastern flank, you have 200 heavy cavalry.
Put
There
more
are
heavy
still-
cavalry over here.
We still have quite a few other forces on hand, however. We have those that Desmond has brought with him, cannons, mechanized infantry. We have the reserves of Ivar's forces brought to us by the Holy Lands, and we have Tyr's forces as well. Majority of infantry, archers, Beatty's forces that have come. I believe, Yilda, you have your mercenaries. And we have the Home Guard of... These are all the forces we have to work with.
Does he have? He has Gatling dudes, right? Okay, good. So let's do the Gatling dudes in a supporting line with the archers. That way, if dragons show up, they can prioritize taking them down and keeping cover for our infantry. I think it might be effective, Toman, if you were to direct your helmed horrors, like as if we'd have to deal with a dragon. I mean, 30 of them might be able to, like, they can fly, right? Isn't that their weird capability?
Yeah, they can fly. They don't have like a terrible amount of health.
Helmthors can fly? Oh shit, they can.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good.
Derp, derp.
They're hilarious shock troopers.
Derp, derp.
The jetpacks just activate and go psh, and fly up because of mechanisms.
If we can take the home defense cannons and put them in the western fortification, and then Desmond's cannon force on the eastern hill. So then we have basically, yeah.
I believe this here is something you've been keeping in reserve here, a dragon cannon of sorts. What I understand, it can be devastating, but its range is quite a bit shorter than a normal cannon.
I see.
We still have that.
We're just gonna want something that can stop the lizard cavalry coming through the marsh. Because he said it would just run right through any infantry like a knife through butter.
We have a host of cavalry on that side. So then, which unit is this? The yellow dots?
Those are Tyr's forces. They are quite well trained and quite many infantry, a decent amount of archers, and also a contingent of Griffin, which are powerful but few in number.
Well, let's
highly
orient
mobile.
their forces to protect the eastern fort then.
All right.
So that way, if they went out against the lizardmen, we have the eastern surprise in the fort, and if things are turning dire, we still have the eastern surprise to go against the lizardmen. This is Beatty's forces.
Yep.
They can take up the vanguard.
Just right in the middle.
And this is Ivar's levies.
Yep.
They can also vanguard.
Into the meat grinder.
These guys, home defense.
Yep.
Western vanguard.
How western we talking?
Just this section.
It's also Ryuji's riflemen.
Ryuji's riflemen can hang out in the fort.
They don't get the vanguard. They can fuck off.
Is that my mercenaries?
Your mercenaries are... Where are they? Yeah.
It's all the silver falcons or eagles or what have you.
No, you sent those off to
Yeah.
the Ginseng.
Ginseng.
These are just the 60 or so dudes that you recruited during the time fighting Mishasa. That, they're a rough and tumble group. They're used to fighting. Not a ton of them, though.
I will also put them on the far
Should be
western
lots more.
flank, so they can be in the vanguard with that light infantry and be right there. Back behind the river.
Can we put the bronze hands over here on the hill as well?
Gaduk.
Pull them there. Can I click on it? No, I can't. I pull this guy right there.
See, the bronze hands are like level 6.
Lol. Should have taken those artificer levels.
There we go. There's the bronze hands. Up on the hill.
Yes, pull that light infantry. Pull them over here. Yep, and so we're gonna basically try to hold this. Oh god, I'll make them bigger.
Get smaller.
Yeah, that's the western battle line. That way, the stone giants. We'll put the stone giants at the top of the hill, so if they need to go up this way, they can. If they need to go down this way, they can. Whatever the case.
Do we know how wide and how long this river is?
It seems to stretch quite a bit ways to the west, but it's not gigantic. This is more of a large pond and a lake. This map is pretty much the scale, so, it's 15-20 feet across or so. It would be a pain to try to trudge through, but it's not so deep that you'd drown in it. It's relatively shallow for how wide it is. This river over here, though, is quite a bit deeper.
Does this cannon detachment have a good line of sight to the front lines from where it is?
You might be able to want to stick it up on a hill.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting it up on this hill is what I was trying to do.
Alright.
So that way it has overlook into this area. Can we get these trees cleared before we get there? Or like, can we do that when we get there? Do we wager we have enough time before meeting them in the field or no?
You'd have to see when you get there.
Alright.
I mean, I know I'm ready for it.
Helmed Horrors are on Dragon Watch, I think, Toman?
I'm actually just going to be in the back. Can I outfit them with guns? I go get Shifter and, Desmond, see how many guns they just have on them.
Help out the ham towers with guns.
Yeah, give them, laser guns and just have them be Gundams running around everywhere.
Why didn't you build some Gatling dragons?
I'm gonna probably have to say that they're not proficient in guns. They are built as a suit of armor with weapons, swords, and shields.
I mean, that's fine. If they're not proficient, they can still, shoot them.
Really bad.
Help hordes go away, they die.
I mean, they'll hit some creatures.
What are those?
Maybe some of our
Eventually.
allies, but that's fine.
What are these? These big dudes here.
Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Oh, those dudes.
Yeah, big bulwark forged.
Bulwark forged.
They are tough, they are resistant to normal types of damage, and they have a good old gout of flame. They are elite troops. There's only 10 of them.
10,000? Sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe here? Like in this area?
Plop them out front.
They can be disruptive to that whole section of line really well.
Were my
actually.
troops in the home guard?
All your troops that you sent over to Heartclaim are included in that.
These are rifle duders, so let's put these last of Desmond's mechs. Let's put those guys more or less right behind the heavy infantry in the core here. So we'll move the heavy infantry up a little bit behind them.
Gaduk.
Tobin, maybe you could work with me and we could do a bit of trickery out there. What if we made the river look as if it was plain ground and caused a few accidents? By casting a mirage over it.
Only Arctic Lore would be proud.
How big is illusionary terrain?
Mirage Arcane is the spell I just looked up.
Ah.
It says it's a mile range for 10 days.
Whew.
Damn!
You could just do the entire battlefield.
Well, it says it has to stay like the same general shape and stuff like that, but you can make it look a bit different. So I was thinking making the river look like it's easily passable in places that it's not.
Might be a plan. Oh well.
Kobolds and lizards ain't smart.
Then with the forging of 2 fortresses, most of our men positioned in the center, coming back our right flank with Tyr's forces, I will say, Tyr's men are trained. They're well armed, and they know what they're doing. It gives me pause here. Our center, Ivar's forces are generally, well, they are welcome, but they are not the strongest among our men. We may want to strengthen our center here.
Yeah, I don't even know why we're doing this. I mean, I'm just gonna kill everybody a mile down the road right here.
Alright, so let's bring the... We have a good detachment with Tyr's forces, so let's bring the heavy infantry, the red heavy infantry there. Let's tighten that battle line up then. So we'll orient them more or less like that, with the majority of the forces towards the front. Yeah, bring them over.
Yeah, your answer.
And then we'll shift the battle line. Yeah, there we go. And bring Tyr's forces in more or less that orientation. Archers, of course, in the fort. Griffins overhead. And yeah, so then if the eastern front wins out, we can deploy the horrifying monsters in for a eastern cavalry charge, bring in that wing, and if the eastern forces do not hold out, then we have the trump card to play there.
Very well. Alright. Unless we have any other suggestions, this will be our formation in the days to come.
do we have? There's 2 units there. There's 3 units there. Let's bring this second unit of archers to support the cannons, though. I don't want them getting overrun by some sort of flying unit.
Very well.
That should work. That's a huge.
So we're going to be out on these lines, out in front of Hard Claim.
This will be quite a ways to the south, and further than Stone. I want them as far away from Hard Claim as possible.
Do we have a way to communicate with them quickly, in case something unforeseen happens, such as an attack from another angle out of our reach?
We can send riders, although it would take quite a ways to get them.
Wait, who's the one? Not Jade. Is Jade generaling all of Tyr's troops, or is that other chick as well?
Jade is with Ivar's troops, and the paladin is with Tyr's.
What's her name? Like Mary?
That was a dude, I thought.
The dude.
Well, who is the one chick?
Anthony McGuire is leading Tyr's forces. Maribel Evans is helping with the Iron Walls forces. She was the one in Promise View with General Ashenrook. She's his right-handed man.
I would give one of my sending stones to the guy on Tyr's forces. And I'd keep the other one.
Oh, thank you. You'll be on the left and flank, I suppose?
Well, maybe if something comes from the marshes, you just let me know.
Understood. Alright. Is there any other suggestions? This is what we have to work with. We can only hope for victory, and to reduce as many casualties as we can. For this will not be the only fight that we face. But survive this battle, we'll go on to the next. And when the Jin Sands are freed, we move on to the offense. It'll take some time to marshal our forces and get them south. I suggest you prepare yourselves.
Do we think that they've similar scouting and know what to expect from us?
They will not know our battle lines, obviously, but with the orcs in the area, it is quite apparent they've had contact with creatures here. This is not their first time within the Expanse, and from the message that apparently you all received about a year ago, they can walk right within our walls. It would be almost impossible to hide what we have here from enemy eyes, I'm afraid. We've done our best to stop spies, but well, it is better to be cautious and believe they know what we have mustered.
So then, I'm going to whisper into Toman's head. Are you able to tell if everybody here is who they say they are? Are there no spies in this room, just in case?
I can't talk back to Cinder, can I?
Not without casting a spell.
Did Toman say something? My mic or my headphones fucked up there. So.
I asked if I could talk back to him. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
I hear you.
Yeah, you can't talk back to my warlock thingy.
Yeah, you tried. You've used telepathic communication before, and you try to speak back to him in your mind, but it just after a second, you're like, I'm just talking to myself.
I'm gonna get from in front of Yolder, just kind of hide behind her ginormous body, and I will close my eyes, and when I reopen them, they're going to glow kind of slightly bright blue, as I will wish a true seeing on myself.
Hmm. Ooh.
I call upon the greatest magic in this or any age, and no one can hear me casting it.
As you begin to cast your spell, it is. Toman, it's quite obvious when you cast a 9th level fucking spell.
I mean, they could probably see it, but that's fine. I don't really care.
When,
Obviously,
what are they gonna do?
Lannister
What
is
are they
a
gonna
god.
when
Yeah,
it starts to
What are they gonna do?
All the
Hey, I
figures
see
start
you
to float up
casting
off the table.
The map starts to flutter underneath the weight of all the figurines. The general with his hand on one of the figurines starts to hold. What in the world is? What are you doing?
Are they gonna? What can they really? Are they gonna stop you? Come on. What are they gonna do? Stop you?
As the room starts to shake, you can see bookshelves on the far side. Things start to rattle and fall off the bookshelves. As power just starts to flow, you feel the flow of air and magic in the air start to flow into Toman's face as his eyes just alight, and everything
He
starts.
just got married. It's fine. It's fine.
What in the world was that?
Just a bit of an insurance. Does anyone look weird? Does anyone like a giant dragon in the sky?
They all look pretty fucking confused on what the hell is going on. Calcor Fresh sort of has a. You see a little chuckle and a grin on his reptilian face. But besides that, nobody's form wavers or anything. They all just seem a little bit perturbed about fucking the earthquake that just got unleashed within this building.
Is there a window? I'm gonna go to a window.
You should look. Yeah, you should look outside. Make sure everyone.
You walk out to the front door. There's a little window out to
It's fine.
You look outside, you can see troops out there standing at attention, and they just look human to you. As Desmond. You thought Desmond was outside, but when you look behind you, see he's inside. He's here the whole time.
You can see the tentacles breaking out of the illusion over his face. 3 eyes glowing black.
Everything seems normal.
We're fine for now, Cinder. I mean, someone could be lying, but just no. Body's hiding a certain form.
I think I'd know if anybody was lying. Even though I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I might.
I mean, you're a good liar. I don't know how good you are at, like, discerning liars.
I'd say I'm slightly above average at that.
Is everything well, Toman?
Oh yeah, everything's fine. We're just trying to make sure everyone's who they say they are.
Understandable.
So cautious.
Would you like it if Karseth knew our plan today?
Hmm.
Wouldn't be
Well,
bothered.
I mean, I'd like it if he would just be here so I could kill him.
Things are never that simple.
Oh, well.
Do we have any spies on the ethereal plane?
That's what my
hundreds.
spies are. I put them in the ethereal plane.
Hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, which
Cast
corner is Lara hiding in?
Yeah, I cast etherealness on them.
She's
and that's just
actually
where they
this
hang out.
chair. Chair right there. She's the chair the whole time.
Well, I think with these plans in mind, we should be able to get out there a bit faster, taking the sky out, and we can get those fortresses erected. Do they have... Is that like your mansion, Toman? They have those sort of invisible servants or something inside of them?
Yeah, in the fortresses that me and Cinder plan on making, I think Cinder's fortress is the same. There's basically 100. I don't know if they're completely invisible, but I can direct them to listen to whoever I want. So I could just say any of the soldiers, and there's furnishing and enough food to fill 100 people with like a 9-course meal, which I don't think everyone needs a 9-course meal.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Definitely not.
Can they be brought to arms?
no, they are not fighters. They are just invisible butlers.
Can they perhaps aid or bandage people? I'm wondering if we should take the medical supplies with us ahead to get them in position in the fortresses.
They're most likely able to just like do basic bandaging, but they're not doctors.
They're gonna tuck in your sheets, but if you want my magic to hurt somebody, I'll show you how that's done.
Got it.
Well, it is certainly a better fortification, it sounds like, than what we've had constructed so far, so our medical attendants, if you'll allow, will take up residence within these fortresses once they're created. It'll be a much better safe harbor than what we had before.
Perfect. Well, then we do not have moments to waste here.
Very well. It'll take us about a week to get our forces in position in the south. We can only hope that we'll arrive before car sets. Everyone rest this evening. Prepare yourselves. And I suppose you'll be heading out before us.
I think Toman and I, to get prepared, will have to go out a little early.
Very well. And good luck to you all. If you're heading to the fields, well, you'll see what we have created. Got it there, and we'll meet you in a week if you do not return.
We will give word if anything changes or something is not as we expect.
Very well. With that, this meeting is adjourned then. We'll see you off. For those that leave now, we'll see you with troops at hand. As you can see, General Ashenrook steps away from the table, looks at his attendant, Maribel, as they turn and start to head towards stairs on the other side of the room as they start to walk off. As you can see, they start to discuss things in between one another, as it seems like basically General giving instructions on, we need to marshal forces now, make sure the men are ready. I understand that some have fallen ill, make sure that they are willing to move in the morning. We cannot waste any more time on this. Yes, sir. They start to move upstairs in the fort. As everyone seems to relax just a bit as the general leaves, as the other attendants in the meeting start to spread out. You can see Genevieve looking at you all. Well, that was a bit stifling, but good to see we have a plan, I suppose. Cinder, it's nice to see you again.
I hope your plan isn't to become in harm's way. I think our affairs at home wouldn't like to lose you.
No. Sassamim is here as an observer more than anything else. But she often provides her aid of what she promised, but nothing more, I'm sad to say. We will see the battlefield from on high. We will watch, and we will cheer for your victory. I would hate to lose such a promising business partner.
Expect nothing less.
Well, that was quite entertaining, I have to say. As Calcor Frisch walks in front of Roderick, who sort of bows and moves out of his way. So, it has really come to this, then. War upon our footsteps. Cinder, I really do wish I would have known about this long before. I probably would have never allowed you within my town. But, well, you have all also made me a very rich man. So, we can only hope that this will end, well, satisfactory, I suppose.
Maybe after this is all through, I can see you moving on to your next phase. You'll be looking for some partners in business. I have some resources I didn't have before, and I think discussion would be mutually beneficial.
Indeed. I would love to speak of such things. And with the Iron Wall, well, how they're going to end up at the end of all this, I expect there is to be quite a bit of coin to be made. There's nothing quite like a wall to make someone rich. For the rest of you, I bid you adieu for the evening. Please, do your utmost to see that my town does not burn, will you?
Can I look at him and try to see if it looks as if he's more happy about there being a war because of profit to be made, like when he's talking about the Iron Wall Republic, or if it just looks like he's as on edge as everybody else, that kind of thing?
He certainly seems strangely more relaxed than the other members at this meeting. He has a sense of it almost not concerning him, it seems like. He speaks of his town, and, his mine are both in jeopardy. But, strangely enough, he doesn't seem all that perturbed. Maybe he just sees the opportunity in it more than anything.
Right.
As Calcor and Roderick make their leave.
Boy, this is actually going to be really fun.
Jade,
No, 'cause
send out the orders.
I have one more trick up my sleeve that I didn't tell Brendan about. I'm super excited. Can't wait to get out there.
Of course, Ivar. Our men may not be as skilled or armed as the others, but we will do our part. You have my word.
It is all we can do.
As Jade heads for the door, but it seems like she turns and waits by the entrance for you to depart with her to go to the troops. As Tors turns to you all, well, it seems like our men are taking the vanguard in all of this. BT won't exactly be happy with that, but it is what we provided, and of course they will be used to the fullest extent of all things. We will do our part. The men were paid well. They knew what they were in for. Let's just hope they fight well. Afternoon, everyone. It seems like he heads upstairs.
Anthony.
Lannister.
I want you to know we're going to be victorious.
I can only hope.
Oh,
But
there's
what-
no hope. It's
but
going
what-
to happen.
I understand. From what I saw against Mishasa, I have faith in you all. You are more than what I have ever seen before. Well, I'm sure another miracle will occur. And I'm sure this is by Tyr's decree.
Oh, it absolutely is by Tyr's decree.
Very well. We will take up the center and the right flank. We will do our part. As everyone starts to make their departure, Some staying within the keep, some seeming to exit along with contingents outside towards other places in this town, but the leadership scatters for the evening, leaving you all to your own devices, unless you need to stop them.
I mean, obviously we murder them all.
Okay. Yeah, Lannister was also obviously the dragon all along.
Yeah, obviously.
You didn't say you looked at Lannister, Tommen, sorry.
Yeah. Long con.
I'll say as Sasamim leaves, I whisper her to because a little bit of a suspicion of Rish ever since we met him years ago. Just I don't know that he's evil. I just know that he's crafty, and maybe put out one of our little tendrils to see if we can learn a bit more about him.
He's a dragonborn, of course he's evil.
We have had dealings with Mr. Vrish in the past. He has been valuable and upstanding, but, well, if greed were personified, that man would fit the bill quite well.
Well, that sort of weighted personality can be prophetized from the outside, either as a partner or to be exploited. I think that's an avenue, because he's very resourceful, he's very driven.
Indeed. Well, we've taken a risk and a gamble on you, Cinder. I don't see why we couldn't make another. I will bid you farewell. Unless you wish to come up to the ship and maybe spend an evening with our kind. I'm sure Sasamim would enjoy your company.
In a few days, not right away. I wish to get the battlefield prepared first, and then maybe join you for a night or two.
Wonderful. I certainly look forward to it. She bids you adieu.
Right.
Alright. So, as the evening draws long, the light starts to fade just a little bit, but you still have plenty of hours in the day before anything happens, before night is truly in motion. Who is heading off?
Thought we were all heading out to the battlefield.
Alright. Didn't know if anybody had anything else to do in Heartclay.
Going once. Going twice.
I think on the way out, I would give a quick eye to the casino and see how it's doing in my absence. See if it's even functional outside of a military walls.
It seems to be fucking flourishing. It is stacked with people. Because there is 10,000 soldiers in town.
Bored soldiers.
And, yeah, they are fucking nervous, and they want something to get their mind off, and hey, they're getting paid to be out here, a lot of them, so how about we gamble to fucking spend the time, because we're about to walk off to war, and fuck, you can't take it with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it is.
Cinder quickly plans a casino heist.
Well, I mean, now, the owner of that casino is my business partner.
Yeah,
And
well,
I don't know how we're splitting profits of everything, but her success is my success, and it's like a little bit of a loss and a little bit of a gain. Just kind of seeing how it's going.
oh god, why is it so big?
That's what she said.
Shrink, damn you, shrink! Shrink! There we go.
Oh!
Oh no, so tiny.
Alright, as you take the sky yacht and you start heading south. Let's see. You can make it in about a day or so as you fly through the night south. Way down a little bit, of course. Unless you're not. You haul in the tank?
We have only a week, right? Or so?
It is what did I say it was? It was November 10th. By the time you get down here, it's going to be November 11th. By the time the troops get down here, it'll probably be the 17th, 18th, 20th, around there. And you're aware, Karseth's troops are on the southern shore at this point. You're not sure exactly when they're going to start moving, but it's getting to the point where almost all of their troops have landed, and you don't expect them to sit around for long.
Toman, do you want to travel ahead? I think we could safely get to Farcook ahead of the airship and start to set up before the others arrive. Thinking if we're going to do some terrain stuff with the river and create the fortresses, better prepared.
How many days will it take us to get there by airship?
1.
Just one day.
Well, I can only cast one spell per day for these things. I'm wishing for these, so a day is a valuable asset for me.
Tony, you there?
Nicholas!
Yeah.
Cinder asked you a question.
Do you wish to teleport ahead of the airship with me and get the battlefield started, getting ready?
I mean, we could. We would have to recast it in 7 days anyway, so.
Well, we get 10 days on the illusionary terrain, the river and all that kind of stuff. The fortress, yeah, we have to time that. I guess it's not too important. We only need 2 of the days.
Yep.
Alright then, never mind. We'll get our rest.
I'll probably conjure forth the fortress once the troops actually get here.
I would say that Cinder's starting to get antsy because he had this looming threat for so long now, and he's attempted to kind of ignore it given this buffer of time where there was no action that needed to be pressed directly, and now all of a sudden it seems really real, really on the doorstep, and he started to perk up. He stepped aside for the plans, but then all of a sudden he's asking questions, and then now we're heading out to the battlefield, and sure, he's overcome a lot of his fears, but this is Karseth, and you know, little bit antsy, I would say.
Oh yeah. And you would know, airship probably flies faster than you anyway, so unless you're going to teleport out there.
The plan was to teleport, but yeah.
Gotcha, okay. But with that aside, you start to head southeast as on the sky yacht heading southeast. Ashimka, fucking goddammit.
Every goddamn time.
Hashim Ka greets you. Some of you see newly recruited faces upon the ship. These strange mechanical men that seem to be working rigging, polishing and cleaning ballista, or cannons rather, doing minor repairs and just working on the ship. These 4 strange armored creatures. Did everything go well, I suppose? Yes?
Obviously, Yoda was great. She had a whole plan and everything.
I know she'd been working on it for a bit now.
Yes. Well, we are departing now to begin preparations. I have quite a bit of work to do on the battlefield to help tip the scales in our favor.
Oh, of course. Alright, I'll get us underway then. As she steps back to the front of the ship, she puts her clawed hands on the small orb. As she presses it forward, the ship ascends and starts to fly southeast. The rest of you left upon the ship for the night and a good part of the next day as you start to fly through the expanse, as you start to see the flickering of light down below you. Small farmsteads have lights and windows, but you start to notice that the further you head south, you with better vision see farmsteads, but there's no lights. It seems like almost anything past Fort Homestead, it seems like they've been abandoned at this point. As some of you know, those that have been in town a little bit longer than others, that there's been quite a few refugees of sorts heading into Heartclaim for the last few days. Not knowing exactly what's happening, but with this amount of military in the area, it seems like it is not safe to just be out in the field, as Heartclaim is even more packed than it would be.
This is gonna be a hell of a battle.
That it will. I hope that none feel nervous or afraid. The gods are with us, and our cause is just. We will see the dawn.
Well, a little bit of fear, I think, shows some brains. You know who we're facing. You've been in his presence. You felt it.
I will fear not.
It's different
evil,
this time, Cinder.
for my God is with me. If he shows himself on the battlefield now, well, now's as good a time as any to slay him. With Sasamim watching from overhead and all of our forces deployed here, I would be grateful if he gave us the opportunity.
No. He'll be a coward. He won't show himself on this battlefield. We're gonna have to hunt that fucking dragon.
Yes, I wager he is still working at the final prison of Bane on the Isle of Reward or Prize Island? Isle of Reward.
Let's see.
It's kind of confusing because they both make them sound like he's just like in both islands. It's like, hey, come get your reward here and then get your prize over here. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is hard to say as forces are basically moving off of both islands. You're not really sure if it's the western Isle of Reward or the eastern Prize Island.
Oh, no one knows where Bane's prison is of the two?
Both of the islands seem to, for as long as anybody can remember, at least for the Jinn, nobody else really seemed to fuck with it. The land itself seemed to be been hostile against anyone that would set foot there. Plants would grow up around you. Trees seem to come alive to crush. It's very reminiscent of the Wailing March, of how the vines themselves broke out from the walls to try to crush and bring you to the ground. The Jinn basically told you it's basically the same situation upon Isle of Reward or Prize Island, except of late. Except when these creatures start to show themselves here, where kobolds start to swarm these islands, where wyverns started to take roost within their trees, and the land seemed to have calmed, not striking out against these usually would-be hostile forces that would not be welcome on those islands. But it seems like both islands have been calmed.
And then in terms of some bookkeeping that was forgotten, because I know Peter wanted to talk about potions, but there was something that I was going to purchase as well, which is a healthy amount of casting materials for a wonderful little spell called Symbol.
I also needed to see, because I was trying to go back to Elysium to learn more spells from this just like giant library of spells.
Yeah.
Did you teach anything to Ashimka while we were doing the the rock harvesting or no?
Yeah, I tried to do that while we were on the airship ride to your mountain place.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going with them to World Mount, to the volcano?
Yeah, because that's where I needed the rocks for to make my stuff.
Yeah, that's why I thought Toma was with me.
Well, the rocks were in Crown Mountains, because she went to one mountain to get the rocks, another mountain to forge them in the volcano. Did you go with her the whole trip?
Yeah, I probably would have just went with her the entire time.
Yeah, because that was leading up to your wedding. So, okey-doke.
While we're on the topic, I would have told Hana about Ivory's plight. Potentially, Ivory may not come back. So, it's up to her. Basically setting her as the inheritor.
Ooh.
Oh.
If Ivory doesn't show up, or if Ivory is declared dead or doesn't return, then it's up to Hana. Trade picks Hana. She is always the smart one. Ivory was just the face.
She is a smart cookie, and she had strong ties in the Resistance. She was one of the Resistance leaders. And, yeah.
So, yeah, if anyone
take up the mantle?
Yeah. If anyone was to inherit the country, it would be her.
Alright, good shit. And for Toman, basically, for Ashim Ka, it would basically follow the same rules like you're copying down a spell in a spell book, just for Ashim Ka, so whatever spells you want to do, you had, let's see, your wedding was on October 1st, you got back the 8th, so you'd have, how many days are around October, or in
31.
September?
30 days, half September, April, June, and November.
So 30 in September. So you had 22 days to teach Ashim Ka spells and things. So in the limited rules of copying down spells, that's what you can do. I'm going to leave the math to you.
You said what, 22?
Yeah, 22 days.
22.
I would heavily, if you are willing to accept input, request that you teach her the most busted spell in the game, Sending. Because if she knows Sending, I was planning on using her as a radio.
Wow.
It makes a ton of sense.
First amount, now radio, goddamn.
Hey, I wear the pants in this relationship, it's fun. But if she
Everyone!
You don't wear pants anymore.
What's the spell where she vacuums and cleans my room?
No, I vacuum.
I see no pants.
Look at the gap between the...
You just butt-ass naked.
No.
She does have knee pads.
Yeah,
and shoulder pads.
Because, Brenda doesn't want Ashim Ka to be in the fight, so if she can just use all of her spell slots for Sending, we can get effective communication going and get to where we need to go better.
Alright.
And then in terms of crafting materials, yeah, I would get a decent amount. Not crafting materials, casting materials.
Sure.
Because I have 4 uncut diamonds on me already, and I had 2,900 gold worth of diamond dust remaining, which is for one thing. But in terms of actual shopping, I would get enough. I'll pay for this out of my own money because I have tons of it. I have 189,000 gold.
Level 20, y'all!
So I would probably buy enough to cast Symbol, I want to say, 10 times. That's 10,000 gold.
Good. Gotcha.
And then I would buy more or less like another 5,000 gold worth of diamond dust. That's for something else.
Alright. As you fly through the air with the greatest of ease in the night, some of you might want to sleep or so for the day to come, but you'll probably be arriving in the battlefield a decent amount into the next day anyways, so as night comes and passes, is there anything you guys want to do upon the airship?
I want to do 2 things.
Go for it.
Hey Yoda.
really had to use the restroom too. I really should have went. What is?
Oh, well, you go use the restroom. I'll do my thing with Cinder then.
I appreciate it.
Cinder,
Yep.
I got something for you.
For me. Another.
Yeah.
I don't think you've got me anything since
This is your ledger.
my ledger, my pen.
Well, I mean, really, like, you being here has brought us all to, hands down, the greatest battle that any of us will ever be able to take part in. And, well, I know you said you've always wanted the gem that Karsith had.
Karsith Ruby's one of the most prized possessions in his hoard.
Well, I mean, how big was that ruby? Right, it was like this big, right?
It's the biggest I've seen, I believe.
Well, I got you something that it's a little bit better. I just reach over and grab into my bag of holding, and I pull out a watermelon-sized ruby.
Holy crap! You got that from me. That's a king's fortune. That's
I
a.
know. Yeah, it's yours.
Why would you give this to me?
Well, cause I mean, like you're one of my best friends.
I have to say, well, it means a lot. The first gift you gave me, it changed the way I see the world. It, able to keep records of my own exploits rather than my former masters, and this, the largest treasure in my own fortune. But aside from all that, aside from a couple that have been in Heartclaim since the beginning of when I arrived, you've been here for all of my growth and all of my power, and well, just say I'm glad to have you by my side in this battle, and I'm glad that you don't see me as a cause of the anguish that is coming, which would be an easy stance to take. I could be blamed. But you've never done that, and you've always been steadfast. I appreciate you, Lannister. And I reach out to shake his hand.
I'll be sitting there, honestly. We don't shake hands. I'll just give a little bear hug.
Oh, okay. We're doing this. All right. I wait till he's done doing the bear hug. I do not resist, but
we're gonna kill that fucking dragon.
oh, we'd better. 'Cause if we don't, it's gonna get ugly.
Oh no, we will. And then I gotta go beat the shit out of her later.
I gotta find a place to store this. Nobody sees it. Put it back in my trophy case in my office, I think.
Yeah, the fucking thing is heavy.
Go down and put it in my room and see if anybody would dare to go in there anyway, in the airship.
Where's Yoda?
I turn back from conversing with Ashim Ka. Yes.
Yoda!
I swear it rings louder now.
Take a screwdriver, stick it in your neck, and readjust your hearing.
Yes.
You're dialed into 98.6.
Wait, oh no, she is. Yoda. Did you have a chance to work on the thing that I gave you?
Of course. You will find, hopefully, it to be quite to your liking. But I hope the memories that it brings forth are ones of brotherhood and service, dedication and justice. For that is the way all good men should live. as I give him back his reforged horn. Adorned and stylized in the fashion of the Iron Wall, in terms of its armor and colors.
Oh, look, it's just like tears.
Its sound will resound beyond this realm to all others. Blow it, remembering your comrades, remembering every charge into battle, and remembering those you cared about most in your time in the service. They will answer you.
I mean, you almost wrote that speech, Yoda, but you forgot one important thing. It's not just a brotherhood, Yoda. I mean, you're definitely like a sister to me. And it's been a hell of a journey. Both of us becoming gods.
One way or another, certainly. I am joyed to have met you and all of the, as I named, Outriders. It has been an interesting journey, to say the least.
I mean, this is what it's all about. One last time. One last journey. Riding out into the wilds to slay the beast. I mean, that's truly what this expanse is all about.
You just hold out an arm to clasp onto your forearm in agreement.
No. I just hug her.
I was gonna pull you in. Look at
No,
that.
just hug her.
Got there first.
Well, I hug you twice because I bring in my wings and hug you with them too. So there.
I
you get
just
double
hug.
that.
Yes! The greatest role player ever!
As you hear your arms crack under the strain, these fucking big ass dwarf arms.
That's twice I've had to do that. I love it.
As your horn changes its function, the magic within it formed differently, changed in the visage of the god. As you have the Horn of Valhalla.
So I gotta roll D100. Okay. I'm gonna read here for a bit. Hold on.
Oh yeah, we never did decide on which one it is.
Yeah, Gilder, which one would you make? I'm assuming the strongest one. You got plenty of power.
Yeah, I'd fucking give him a great big old iron one.
It's infused with this large streams of wrought iron that almost looks crude for a second, but then you realize that it's not so much that. It is just the embodiment of strength in this thing. This horn is solid to extreme degrees. You could probably bludgeon someone to death with this thing and it would not even dent. It is actually massively made.
I actually can also tell you what it sounds like if you want.
Do, 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 do.
I thought it was gonna be like.
No sound
That's
effects.
true.
You hit that. It's right at the horn. That's what it's supposed to sound like.
Let's see.
So we all listen to it in game. Oh yeah.
echoing across the generations. There you go. I also played it on stream, so you guys could hear it as well.
I mean, the beard is also appropriate.
Oh yeah, fucking Erebor is great. Erebor is literally who I think of when I think of Lannister in terms of in terms of a character from something else. Fucking love that guy.
Alright, let's go kill fucking dragon, Yoda.
Let's kill as many that stand before us. Did you ever make a ruling for spells like Symbol and Glyph of Warding when it comes to the ship?
To read what
If
they
it
do.
follows it?
The ship is basically, you could stick a Glyph of Warding on the ship, and even though the ship's moving, it's fine. You can't move it around the ship, obviously, but like if you want to enchant a chest and put it on a ship, the chest isn't going to explode right when you fucking leave harbor.
Same thing with Symbol? Alright, cool.
Yep. The ship is a place.
It's large enough for the magic to latch hold of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that is something I would be doing.
Putting symbols on the ship to have a self-destruct button.
Self-destruct? Nah, so Symbol is busted. You're like, what? Smells amazing. No, I would put 2 symbols on the ship with the defined trigger of kobolds, lizardmen, orcs, or dragons, or wyverns, or drakes. It should cover, I think, all the bases.
Be specific about dragons, cause
I mean, you're human.
yeah, I am.
Your type
But
doesn't
he sorta-
change. You hit your
It
capture
turns
and you
into
get
them
nothing.
every once in a while, though.
Excluding
Just don't
the
fit on the
creature
ship.
named Sin.
Excluding all creatures aboard the ship, regardless of type.
At the time of casting.
At the time of casting. Henceforth known as... No. Forthwith and furthermore. No. I mean, assuming Brennan doesn't want to try to fuck me, he knows what I mean when I say the bad guys on the ship. So if bad guys get
Does
on
he
the
now?
ship, we're putting a symbol for death at the center of the ship and a symbol for hopelessness. So that's 2.
Can you make it avoid hitting people? I know you can avoid triggering, but it just says, like, each creature is affected by it. Each creature in the sphere, when the glyph activates, is targeted by its effects.
As is a creature.
Like, you can trap a treasure chest, and you can open and close it, but as soon as it goes off, it's still exploding, so it still hits you. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
Oh, you know what? It's a glyph of warding and spell glyph that works that way, where it can specify targets and exclude targets. Because when the glyph is triggered, the ward spell is cast. If the spell has a target, it targets the creature that triggered the glyph. Okay, no problem. I don't want to
just be aware that if you put death, you might end up fucking Ashim, or yeah, poor Ashim Ka. Why would you put this here? Why would you bring this into our home?
A gun!
Maybe do some push-ups, Tiger.
All right.
Okay, so then... You can do this with Spirit Guardians, then.
What about the rest of you guys? Anything else you want to do or talk about on your way south towards where the battlefield?
Is this the same day that we just left?
It's the next morning, basically. You left
I thought we were
later
gonna
in the
night.
afternoon. You've flown through the night so far. You still have quite a few hours travel to get there, but so if you wanted to, you could have slept by now and woken up the next day.
I'd do some casting in the night.
Okay, so I would have slept, and there are very, very, very few things better than Tolman. There is one thing better than Tolman. 2 Tolmans. If I wish for a second me. The Custom Arkham.
Oh snap! As it turns evil and kills you and takes your place.
Good shit.
Now I gotta look up what Simulacrum does.
It is him, but it doesn't get spell slots back, including the 9th level one that he just used to cast it.
Gotcha.
And he
How
can't
long
make
is-
more of them.
Or indefinitely.
Alrighty.
With half your health and all of your abilities. You know, put your weird self in some armor and give him a sword and some clothes.
So you go into your room, you use a little bit of ice magic to slowly form a snowman your size, and then you sprinkle over ruby dust on top of it.
Desmond has a very, very fun night.
Yeah. That's all it was for. As soon as the night's over, he just shoves it overboard.
Desmond's super into Coldplay, so, you know. What?
I smite you older.
What? He's a Coldplay. It's a
That's
snow-
clever. Don't be mad. It was clever.
Where's Matt? They didn't
Well
think
done.
of it. Okay, so I'll put a glyph of warding. I'll put 2 glyphs of warding on the ship for 7th level spirit guardians. So you cast a spell
Where
when
you
you
putting
cast the glyph of warding. Let's put them in like a sort of Venn diagram along the main beam. So like one.
Just like on the mast. Like that? Like one in the back, one in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, good
And
deal.
so when I cast them, I designate the targets that I can see, which is everybody. So I cast it, and it knows not to hit anyone that's currently on the ship. If more people get on the ship, they're fucked, but they shouldn't get on the ship. Just don't do that.
Get the fuck out of my ship!
So
I
that
don't know
burns
you here.
through...
So what you're saying is don't blow the horn on the ship.
Yes.
Veterans will piss off the spell.
They won't trigger it, but they will be hit by it.
Will simulacrums.
That burns through 400 of my 8,000 gold, or 8,000...
I mean, the simulacrum is technically named Tolan.
Yeah, Toman was protected, right? So just, it's Toman again.
So Tobin,
Double Tillman.
you go into your room, you form your duplicate, you make another... What do you do with it? Do you just walk out on deck and there's 2 of you? Are you hiding it away?
No, just walking on deck.
Does he think he's the
Just
real
like-
you, or do you think you're the real him?
Oh.
What does Desmond think of double penetration?
I think
Nope. Nope. Nope.
I think I need to stop drinking.
It's the next morning. People start to get back up on deck as you start to get to your destination. Toman walks up on deck, and then Toman walks up on...
What? Wait a minute.
What is this?
There's 2 of you!
Guys beat Tolan, Tolan beat the guys.
Wait, why are there 2 of you?
Did you make another body? How did you do that so quickly?
Wait, Yoda, didn't it take you like months to make yours and he made it like 1 day?
Oh, the casting time is 12 hours.
So, I mean, with Wish, it's technically an action.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, okay. You're wishing. I
It's
gotcha.
busted.
Yeah, I just wanted another me, and
Wait,
now I have another.
wait, how do I know which was you?
Well, I can see Majesty's thorn on your side. That you didn't give it to it, did you? That's you. You're you, right?
Yes, I'm me. As you can see, other me is completely naked.
So you just made another one.
Why is he naked?
Why is
I
he
didn't have
naked?
any extra clothes in my room.
Have you been wearing the same clothes this entire year?
That's what prestidigitation is for, Lannister.
You never bought a second pair of clothes, but I
Why
saw
would I
you.
do that?
I saw you dressed up at your wedding. You wore a marvelous outfit.
But why would I put him in that? That's a lot of money, Lannister.
You know what? Cinder! Cinder!
Yeah. What?
We need a brown cloak.
Cloak.
Where's the bag of holding? I'm pretty sure there's like
You need a brown
armor
cloak
in
more than
that.
you need another cinder, maybe?
You can't really wear plate armor.
It's a circle.
I just kind of reach
If I
down
go
and like,
get-
start poking him in the face and like just kind of manhandling him.
Could you not?
No.
I
Don't,
still have a
He
motion.
said that.
don't
He says that.
manhandle.
He says that. So you gotta say when you're talking as Toman too. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were. Are you actually alive?
Technically not. Because they get the leather armor that was, I think, built for a woman. Yeah, that was Laura's own leather armor. And give it to new Tobin.
Alright, Toma's AC goes up to 17. It's a +1, so 18 AC.
I mean, I gotta say, that's pretty cool, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I could do it, I do. But I don't think that I should do that.
Desmond, what do you think about all this now that there's two of them?
There's two of you. What if one of you dies and you're... I don't... Who is you... No,
Well, if anyone,
I think it's great.
that's not for me.
If anyone dies, or if one of them die, I can reach out to Toman's soul and bring him back into this realm. I know you do not wish for such a process, and so it would be.
What about the other one?
Well, he's not, like, really alive, kinda. He's basically an ice sculpture.
I don't know. Don't you think this is
An ice sculpture?
off? Unnatural?
Are we supposed to treat it like a normal
I
person?
mean,
or like,
Cinder, look at yourself.
Cinder,
look
you
at
are
me.
literally made from a dragon. You're the most unnatural part of this group. Well,
Well, he
were,
made me, but
and
I'm
you
the
have
only me. I'm me. That's...
so like, well, he's an ice sculpture.
yeah, basically.
I touch him. Is he cold?
He is freezing to the touch. He's kind of like that old ice dragon that I used to have, except
Great. Hey, not Toman. Here, hold my alchemy jug. Keep my beer cold.
you know.
Can you do all the things that you can do?
Well, mostly he can't really. He can cast most of the spells that I could do, except the highest one, which I used to make him. But he also can't regain magical energy like we can.
I mean, this turns the battle, right? Because, I mean, Toman, you're very powerful, and
But does he melt?
now you're two. You're,
He
again,
melts easier than I would melt. A lot easier. He's not really good with fire. He's mostly just like a backup spellcaster. While I'm in the front, he's probably just going to be in the back doing cool things
counterspell.
in the back. That's good, but like he really can't get close to Karsith because Karsith will destroy him immediately.
Karsus will destroy you too.
I mean, not really. Let's be real here.
He can
I'm
just-
kind of
he
fucking
can-
awesome.
He can try to destroy me.
I mean, I'm literally gonna have him right where I want him, Cinder.
I have Scalebane, so he can try.
Well, I think that this is a boon. I think that we're stronger than we were. By a
Wait,
mile.
You think you could do this as well, Cinder?
Nope, I don't think that I want to do this, no. I think
Do
that
you
I'm
really want to,
capable of
Cinder?
doing this, but I don't want to be again. I don't want to be twice.
But that's a cool K-pop group.
No.
Now he really doesn't want to be twice.
No!
No.
Cinder, I know what that is, and no!
No.
I
I
mean,
don't think that's a good idea.
See those
There's
fucking
only
boy
one
bands and
Cinder.
Benchy, no.
It's a girl band.
Girl band and Benchy's also are terrible, no.
right? There's no. I mean, girls can't be in a band in Binchy. They're
That is
sexist.
true. Yeah.
Can you make another Lannister? Can I make another Lannister?
No, we don't want to know, Lannister. Please don't. It doesn't work that way, Cinder.
Wait, what? Why not?
It just doesn't work that way.
Can you only cast it like on yourself?
Could you make another Toman then? Make a.
Well, I can only cast it once, and you can only cast it on yourself.
Hmm.
I insight check him.
Sure.
He always gets squeamish when it comes to dealing with Lannister, and this seems like one of those times.
I felt to struggle it out.
Tillman says, it seems like maybe the point about Lannister, about nobody wants another Lannister, that's truth, but the whole idea is like it doesn't work to try to make another Lannister. It's maybe a little bit more pointed than necessary, but when he explains, like, no, I can only do it on myself, and I can only really do it once. Like, that seems like he's just explaining it. He might have been a little bit mean about the whole Lannister thing, but whatever.
I don't know, you can cast it on other people.
Yeah.
Yolder just kind of.
Oh yeah, that's right. So
Yeah.
you can't cast it on other people. You can only cast it once, though.
Yeah, Yolder just kind of gives like a sort of a knowing look to Toman, and if he looks up at her, she just kind of gives like a sort of dry smile and a wink before turning back to go up to the front of the ship.
You control yourself, or are you your own you?
I mean, I don't really control him like a puppet, but he's also me. So our interests completely align.
What if he wants
It's not like
Desmond and he wants you out of the way?
I don't think it works that way. Plus,
It's
I could probably
unfortunate
kill
you
him.
cannot create another copy of me. I can only have either Scalebane or the Avenger. I cannot wield both at the same time.
Have you tried?
Sure, I try one-handing a greatsword.
Yeah, if you had done more push-ups, Ivar, maybe you could.
Yeah. Maybe
Awkward.
it's the divine law of the over-god Jeremy Crawford.
I mean, maybe if you would have had
You,
Yolder reforge
you
your...
remove the two-handed
mechanical arm.
property from a greatsword.
Yeah, I just
Just
give Ivar
write
2
it in
extra
your backstory.
arms, so he's like Goro
That's 5
now,
pages
so he has
long.
4 arms, and he can dual wield
Yeah.
greatswords.
Yeah, boom. Done deal.
If Toman can make a Toman, I think I can make an Ivar arm.
Why don't
It's
you just wish
simulacrum
for another
gesture arm.
Ivar? Just wish for another Ivar, there you go. That way you're not copying yourself, and we have another Ivar. Who just melts immediately from his own internal fire.
Melted Ivar tries to pet the nightmare and just burns alive.
But he could help us with some of the minor.
Honorable.
minor
Oh wait, but Melted
preparations.
Ivar would also not have armor. Never mind, that's a bad idea.
We got some +2 plates somewhere.
Oh wait, no! Make an Ivar. That way we can see his face.
Mm.
Cheating.
No, I don't want another me now.
Clone him
I
and
want you to see
grow
my
up,
face.
and then I'll know his face looks like in another 20 years.
I got a pimple once when I was 15, and I've worn a helmet ever since.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
Alright.
Huh. Well. Give me back my jug.
Did you
I mean,
start
it'd
to
be-
Well,
fly
I never
closer?
took it.
Yes, you did. I made you.
Made you take it.
Be really confusing if I turned into Toman.
Slip on a
This
mask
guy self? What is this?
from his little god thing.
A present from the gods, I have the power to disguise myself so strongly that nobody can see through it.
Wait, not even with True Sight?
Not even with True Sight, you gotta wish.
Gotta wish.
Or you gotta
So
be
now
a god
definitely we'll have a lot of fun.
now. And I turn back.
As you start to approach what you believe to be where this field of battle is supposed to, and there you see a small little outcropping of woods. You see wooden palisades constructed in the heart of it. It's almost seems to be out in the middle of nowhere, but then you can see off to the east, not a quarter mile away or so, you can see where the foot of the hills, a river runs across them, and you can see trees and things sort of bent at odd angles around this river, and you start to notice that a lot of them have like sunk into the ground. Maybe ice runoff or something from the mountain flowed real heavy or something through this area a while ago, and it just sunk the whole ground, and it's just turned marshy and disgusting. On the other side, it just looks like to the west, the plains open up wide, but the ground is cracked and broken, and very quickly there's large hills, and it seems like it's passable, but there is a clear thoroughfare directly through this place that you're basically in a straight line from the southern coast to Heartclaim. You can see where the small fortification has been placed. As you start to come closer, you notice a little bit of movement in the fort. You see men down below. They're human, thankfully enough. It seems like workers are still working to put this place together, hauling logs and cutting down trees, as there's maybe 20 to 30 or so men down below work, sent out before everyone to get this place prepared. So you fly in overhead.
Let's tell direct Asham Ka to bring us overhead the fort.
As you fly down towards the fort, you can see people stop their work and look up in confusion for a moment. Then you see people starting to gather towards the entrance of the fort. They're cleaning their hands and putting down their work as they look up. As you start to, it's like waiting to meet you, it seems like.
And for the first time, Yola doesn't have to take the goddamn elevator, as she just seems to step out and float down gently.
Ivar gallops down.
As your large, strange, metallic wings open wide, and almost supernaturally, your body becomes light as you start to glide downwards, as Ivar quickly follows suit as the airship slowly drifts downwards. And you start to get to the entrance of this place. You may see a familiar face. Ivar Yolder, you're not sure if you... Seems familiar. A dwarf. Standing before, pushing through the other workers. You can see large, what looks like apron on the front of him, tools on his belt as he walks out. Hey! Hey, you're some of the Outriders, eh? The newer ones! As you can see, dwarf stepping out before. The rest of you, as you start to come down, you recognize this man. He's one of the locals from Heartclaim. The name of Hagro Elmston. Some of you worked with him when you were building houses and buildings. What are you doing, Lannister?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
You worked with him. You worked with him a while ago. It's been maybe a year or so since
Did
you've
I
seen
even
him.
work with anyone when I built my guild hall?
You did most of the woodwork or the stonework, and he did the woodwork. He's the local carpenter. And
Oh well, he does not have a nice beard.
a decent beard.
There's not even any braids in it. Where are the diamonds?
Yeah.
And the gold rings?
Yeah.
He steps out.
Yeah, where's the beard mayo?
Distinct lack of mayonnaise as he walks out to your group. Hey, it's nice to. I wasn't expecting anyone so soon. We haven't even gotten this place finished yet.
We have preparations of our own.
Alright. Has you come to help?
In a way, we have fortresses that we are going to be erecting in the vicinity and magic to put in place. I have quite a bit of work to do, so if you will excuse me. As Yolder just has just this nice velvet sack that seems to... It looks like she's holding like a bag of sand as she just kind of flies out of the fortress over towards the river.
Alright. Well, good on you then. Alright, boys, no more gawking. Get back to fucking work. So he moves everybody back into the fort. Get back to their work. What are you doing down there, Yolder?
You should probably let me do all of it first.
Alright.
There's so
Let
much.
the rest of you guys.
Well, Lane, hold on. Wait for
I'm
it.
probably just gonna be in this like place for now because I can't really erect my fortress until tomorrow. So
Gotcha.
I'm gonna earthquake these trees to the ground.
The trees are good protection, aren't they?
No,
Yeah,
they
we
should
ordered
provide
them
cover. We
clear.
need to see where we're shooting.
Alright, let's see if I can do some math.
I cast 2 earthquakes a day. Damn, the trees.
As you all see Lannister start to walk far ahead into sort of where the middle of this battlefield will be, surveying the area, seeing this big stack of trees in the way, and sword shove into the ground, and very quickly the rumble starts to rise all around you. You start to hear the people in the fort go, "What the hell is going on? Earthquake!" As the crowd begins to shake.
That moron could at least warn us.
Oh, he's not far enough away.
It's eating me!
As it seems like
God, look at all those lights.
trees itself get eaten up by the ground as large fissures seem to form and crack beneath your feet as the trees are enveloped by the earth, but in their place, large cracks seem to.
Yeah, I made it difficult for them now. Woohoo! Hey, now I was gonna use that exact image.
Yeah. How long are they supposed to be?
10 feet wide.
10 feet
Extend.
deep, 10 feet wide.
So not how long they are?
From one edge of the spell's area to the opposite side.
And how big is
So-
the area of it?
100 foot radius.
Oh, it's gonna take a couple 100-foot radius circle, alright.
Yeah, so 200 feet, right?
Yeah.
See if that actually
200
covers
feet long, 10 feet wide.
Yeah, it's actually just
I mean, I can cast it twice a
Well,
day.
you got it.
Oh no!
Get the shit out of there.
It's that big!
Yeah, the problem is that
Scale.
the map's to scale, but those things are not set to the scale of the map. So each square is about 50 feet. Ah!
Roar!
These gigantic crevices crisscross in this area as it just tears up the land.
Yeah. Wait, the Cinder's thing about the trade, is that like one, you can only do that once, or can you do multiple of those, or?
I can do those once per day.
But you can have multiple ones up?
Find the spell card here.
There we go. As the center in front of the armory.
It'd be great if Cinder could cover that up just to look like normal land as well, and then they all come running in there, and they're just like, "Oh no!"
This is what I wish to emulate with my wish spell. Along the rivers, I would like to take the beds of the rivers and make on the far side make it look like marshes with like sticks sticking in the loose ground out of it. Look like it's just hard to traverse until it sort of funnels into certain parts of the river that look like they would be easy to cross, easy to ford, but they're actually the deep part of the river. So once you step in, you find, it's not going to kill you, but it might twist a horse ankle here and there. It might funnel them into inconvenient places and cross in ways that slow and maybe injure some parts of cavalry.
How long does it last? 10 days, right?
10 days.
Alright, I'm just going to put this... I'm going to put it there, but I'm going to put it on the DM layer so I know it's there, but you guys won't. Otherwise, it's going to cover shit up.
So, fun fact. The yellow X's.
Yep.
Those are dawns. The blue X's are control waters for flood. And the red X's are firestorms.
Alright.
There you go.
So
With
it's 2, 4,
Warding
6, 8,
something? What is it called?
Glyph of Warding. This is the cheap one where you can do spell glyph. You just have to cast it at the same level. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. That's $2,000 gone for that side.
There you go.
You can store a prepared spell of 3rd level or lower in the glyph. Higher level, you can cast a spell using a spell slot of 4 level or higher. Store any spell up to the same level as slot you use for the glyph of warding. So as long as you're using the spell slot of the right spell, you can do any spell.
Correctamundo.
Kadoop.
So that takes care of the dawns.
Does it not have a material? Oh, it does.
Diamond dust.
It's just 200. Yeah. It's weird that it doesn't scale per spell level.
I'm so happy it doesn't.
I was expecting it to. Crazy. Alright, somebody actually gets to use that warden glyph.
Oh yeah, there's more. Carry me, Ashimka, carry me.
She kills you. Alright, stretch the plane across the river that has now become what looks like just an open plain, but is in fact a river filled with explosions.
It's fun because if they once they trigger the control waters, it's gonna become such a big river. It goes up 20 feet per. It's huge.
Damn. After I cast my earthquakes, I'd probably go over here and start cutting down trees and making wooden barricades or like spiky things. Just start building out a line.
Gotcha.
Just like picking up whole trees by myself, just walking them. Shirtless. There's no harem out here, I'm safe.
In the next coming days, you probably can't do a whole lot. Because again, each one of these squares is 50 feet.
Yeah.
But
That's fine.
You could probably cover 100 feet or so of fence in the next couple days. Oh shit, wrong color.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Does that do anything?
And while it looks small on the map, for them to have to go around 100 feet of fence still matters.
Yeah. Let me actually just find a fence.
What's the planned locations of the castles?
Oh. Okay. 7 days.
I popped them on here. I'll stick them back on here just so you know what the plan.
I think the other one's right there. Yeah.
They're not. Our forces are not riding out into the forest to meet them, so I will start setting up a host of warding glyphs in here as well.
That's what I say, booby traps.
If only I could spell barricade. There we go. Fuck. That's the one I was looking for.
Alright, gotta draw a couple more X's here.
As the first day goes by of earthquakes and things, this is not. I need to.
Oh no, I would do it. Yeah,
I'm gonna use a lot of these.
I would try to like cover like this kind of area. I wouldn't need him in the in the woods. I'd make him run through the woods.
Like this.
I'd want him like where my blue line is.
I'm doing the gray thing.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
Yeah.
Confusing me.
My bad. Size 1, 2, 3, 600.
Trying to like bolster up Ivar's group's area.
Yeah.
I'll put these in generic yield or yellow. There we go.
Alright. As the first day goes by, night fades, as work starts to complete, spell slots are used, as the next day comes up, as you start to work throughout the day. Cinder, what are you doing on the second day?
I gotta talk with Toman to see when we plan on putting these fortresses up to make sure the timing is right. Maybe we have to have scouts out there or something. Discuss it with him and probably Yolder, since she seems to have the idea of that.
Yeah,
I would have asked Cinder to cover up this with the Mirage as well.
I was going to let you know that I was planning on using clairvoyance so I could see out to a mile away from where we are, so we know for a fact when they're going to be here, and then position Asham Ka to be a lookout from above as well.
Well, once
Gotcha.
they're a mile away, that's 7 minutes of a light jog.
Well, like, not necessarily just a mile away. Like, the horizon's only 2 miles. Well, actually, we're on a super small planet, so I don't know what the horizon is here.
It's like 5 feet. Anything 5 feet in front of you, you're just blind.
No, I'm a flat Earth.
Oh,
For comparison, from where you are to the end of that map is like a fourth of a mile. Like, the length of this thing is a half of a mile. So, like, from the front line to here, it's about half a mile.
Oh, that's so good.
Maybe you could scry out there? Do you have anything to...
Scrying, I
think you
think
need
I
a
need to
creature.
name... Yeah, I need to name a creature. And I could just be like,
An area,
lizard
like
man.
the coast?
That's what, Can you do areas? You can see or hear a particular creature.
I mean, Ashimka would certainly just fly ahead, and she could probably see out 50 or 100 miles or so to see movement. If a mass the size that you're expecting is moving in your direction, she will probably see it miles and miles out, like a day out, probably from up in the...
Well, the idea is we want to know whether the fight's going to come to us within like 7 days or 5 days or whatever, so that we're not putting up a fortress that fades as the army's charging.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, the second day passes, Ashimka's keeping an eye out in the sky, and she doesn't see anything yet. But Cinder, as you're talking to Toman about basically, when do you think we're supposed to be building these things? Should we do it today, or, I mean, like, our army is supposed to be getting here in 5 days? Should we do it when they arrive, or whatever? And then you start to hear something, Cinder. Coming from the inside of your robe.
Oh. The robe? Look in there.
It's a bomb, you die.
You feel the weight of something that you've always had on you. as pocket watch
Ooh.
is ticking.
Well, that's
Faster.
always been broken before.
And faster and faster. As you pull it out and look at the hands, the second hand is ticking at a rapid rate, speeding up faster and faster and faster. The minute hand starts to spin, the hour hand spinning, and then you all feel it. A shock wave run across the ground into you, like being punched in the chest. You can't help but be knocked back just half an inch as you're all forced northwards, looking in the direction where the army's heading from. Something just happened. Something far away. Something just happened. And then the pocket watch stops. Dead again.
I don't know what this was supposed to be broken. This has never worked in any way.
Of course, it's south from us, right?
Is this magical? Toman, is there something I don't know about my watch?
Try to find Yolder.
Just trying to think about everyone that was in the room. Someone that means something to Yolder. And there's only one person. Someone who Yolder was very specific with Ivar about. Jade Hawthorne. And her mind leaps the journey back as I cast Scrying on Jade Hawthorne.
As you scry upon Jade Hawthorne, you can see, for a moment, her surroundings. You see a woman dressed in arms and armor. Around her, it's hard to tell. Blurs of her surroundings. You're not sure, but you see underneath her feet grass. Around her, it's just blurs of yellows and greens and open sky above her. You can see her grasping her chest as she is gasping for air. You see her look back and forth. What in the hell was that? Somebody tell me what that was! Are you alright? As you can see her start to walk in one direction as she grasps onto a man's shoulder, as you see the edge of another figure she holds on to. Get a hold of yourself, man! What has happened? Is everyone alright? As you can see the man that's in front of her, his face is blurred, his body just the figure of a human, but you can see it bent over, grasping onto its chest as well.
Okay, and then seeing what I see there, and then actually reading Scrying all the way to the end of the spell, and the fact that we flew from, whatchamacallit, Heartclaim down this way, the army should be on its way towards us, right? Somewhere along that path. Yep. So based on what I'm seeing with I see Jade, I basically just summon forth the magic again and cast Scrying again, trying to focus on the location. Because you can do that as long as you've seen it. So I just kind of try to zoom out and see what the situation is with the army then.
As you refocus your mind, changing the magic, expending more of your energy, the area around Jade starts to clear up. Slowly all around, like your focus is slowly zooming out into the sky above. The man she's holding on to becomes cleared, a bearded soldier. His sword has dropped to one side, a shield is slung on his back, but he's doubled over. Next to him, you see another tin, what look to be lined up in a row, but all in various states of holding their chest or their lower stomach as they're all gasping for breath. As it zooms out more and more, you see 10, 20, 100. A row of 100 men. Another row, another. The army on the march. But it's just disorganized. The lines are jagged and falling out of order. You see men that have fallen to one side onto their knees, gasping for breath. You can see as a line of men strewing out towards the horizon. You see what look like carts hauling ballista on one side of them have come to a stop. You can see horses on one side as horses are just freaking out in large numbers. You see off to one side people trying to struggle with the reins, but their grip fails and horses just run off into the plains.
What about my stone golems?
Your stone golems stand sturdy. They show no emotion. But they are stone golems. It's hard to tell exactly if whatever this is affected them or not. But it seems like every living creature, something happened. You don't see any bodies. Everyone seems to be moving. No one seems to be dead or even really injured. Just like everyone just got hit with a horrible coughing fit, but just trying to catch their breath. But then slowly you start to see people recover. Like yourself, it hits you hard, but you and your fellows are sturdy. And you also have a certain amount of protection. And now you understand. You're not doubled over like them, just like what protected you when you faced off against Ty? When you faced off against Karseth the first time? This is the weight of divinity. And it has rippled through the land.
Oh shit, he did it.
I was blitzing towards Yolder, trying to find Yolder.
You can't miss me. I'm just like a little beacon sitting on this, like hovering just above the plains.
Yeah.
I think it's like Yolder,
Fast
Coleman, and I
as
are
I
in the room.
was flying. Yolder, sending
Heated hoofs
Jade.
in the air.
Yeah. Yolder, sending Jade. What just happened?
I'm just holding out the watch, like, to Tobin, like,
He's done it. There is a gold on Omnia again. The army is recovering, but they are knocked to their feet. This seems to have rippled across everything.
How serious is it? I felt it, but it felt... I think Ogma's protection.
We should be fine. Your sister is fine. They are all fine. They are just off their feet. It should be a bit of time and they will be able to recuperate, but now he is in play.
I don't even know if they'll be able to stand against him. I don't know if they'll have the courage or the fortitude to rise off a knee when he's in their presence.
I have put thought to this, and I do not know an answer for it. And now that he has divinity, not even my own god could will him away from this place if he wished it. The confrontation with Karseth, I fear, may truly be on his terms alone.
I mean, does this change our plans? Do we have to abandon the forces and ride out to keep him away from our army?
I mean, from what we just felt, it it was certainly powerful, but it didn't feel more than what we faced with Ty. I guess maybe since we're further away, but it's possible he's just closer, not fully achieved it yet.
I can feel it. He's getting closer and closer. He has what he wants.
He knew just how long it would take before he could come and try to collect me. Just what he needed.
Oh boy, this doesn't change a damn thing. We're still gonna kill the son of a bitch.
At the disadvantage of a crippled army.
Doesn't matter.
Perhaps his forces will not be able to withstand his presence either. Do
Well,
you think your father
I
would
don't
see
fear-
fit to give a blessing to whelps he throws into the meat grinder?
Do you feel fear of Ivar when he imposes his presence upon our enemies? You feel bolstered by him being on your side.
Curses wouldn't knowingly cripple his forces, even though he might feel like he could take us all on himself. It's not stupid. But from what it seems like this battle isn't where we need to be anymore. We need to find our way to him immediately.
We need to go to the islands.
The best we could hope for is that the army will be able to hold off the forces for long enough for us to deal with Karsith and then end it all.
Originally, we'd known that that's where the scales would balance. Is we fight Karsith, the armies fight each other, and the victor of each side tips that scale.
The only problem with that is I know for a fact both of those islands are teeming with kobolds and lizardmen. Numbers rivaling those that march on us now. We have no hope of trying to conquer those islands if he is there with those forces. If he was alone, we could shore up these defenses and ride out. But he is far from alone.
We don't need to conquer the islands, Yoda. We just need to cut the fucking head off.
But if he's with his army, we can fight him and have a hope. We can fight an army and have a hope. But we can't fight alone, an army and him.
It's like trying to imagine getting to the king on a chessboard. You have 7 pieces, and he has rows upon rows upon rows upon rows in front of him. We cannot.
So we face him here and just warn our troops of the fear they're meant to face, and tell them what, suck it up? Tell them don't bow to him? You got a good speech for that?
I could try to will our men forward, but I would need to know where they are, and there's too much ground to cover. If this was a siege, I could send the will of the gods through these men. They would not know fear for 1,000 lifetimes, but this is too grand. This is too big for me alone.
Too much ground to cover for the army or for you? Because we've got means.
For me, I could embolster the soil itself to shore up our soldiers' fears, but as she gestures
Me and
towards the tree
Tommen
line, I can't cover this whole fucking thing in symbols. Because I could totally make it so like none of them could feel fear, but that's too much space.
Also, I don't think fear immunity is equivalent to domination immunity.
Well, you know.
Well, on the positive side of his, I don't know what that was, that wave. They may know what to expect. Maybe they can brace themselves. We've
Or
faced
try
his,
to.
yes, we faced his presence before, and some of us, not others, were bent. But I think that experience has made us stronger to face it again. Maybe this experience will show them that they knew what we were facing. They knew an army was coming. They knew.
I believe the difference this time, Cinder, is we have runes and protection from the.
Well, I don't think our army will be useless. I think even as a god, I think his presence will have a range. Wherever he's at, if we're facing him directly, our army will still be effective.
Because we don't feel it right now. We only felt it then because it was like a balloon popping, but do balloons exist in this world? It's like a balloon popping.
You just decide that balloons exist, because I wanted you to have balloons at your wedding. So
There was lots of
exist.
balloons at your wedding, you saw.
They exist now. Big old rainbow balloons.
You
Glory.
make sheepskin balloons that you just fill with air. Sure, why not? It'll float, but you know
Latex is
they're
invented.
goofy. Helium and latex, yep.
So maybe it doesn't change anything except for our level of fear has gone up. The plan, I don't see how it can change.
I only fear his approach in this battle, in the sense that he could come when we are at our weakest, our tanks expended. That would be problematic, but if we do not do everything we can to win this battle, then we risk being overwhelmed. And I've been making preparations with all the magic I can. She just kind of shakes a now half-empty sandbag. But there is only so much.
Can you tell me, Toman, why this thing kind of warned me what was happening? Because this is supposed to be a broken watch. This is a token. This is a... Do you know what this is?
Maybe it was. Where did you get it?
Took it.
You took it. You took it from him, didn't you?
I earned it. I didn't.
You
take
literally
it.
just said you took it.
Well,
I mean, he earned it because he took it and he didn't get caught.
he didn't
You
pay
see.
me wages. I earned it.
I take it from him,
I
and
earned it without his permission.
I'll cast Identify on it. It didn't seem magical.
Sir, as you use magic to try to identify what this thing is, it's just a simple pocket watch. Broken. Seeming to be completely inoperable. The back case seems to be almost cracked a little bit to where you're supposed to open it, and it pops open the backside. The gears, when you try to spin them, they just don't move. Almost forged together or welded together, but they just refuse to move now. You look it back over, you turn it back, and all the hands just point to 12.
I give it to Desmond. Maybe he'll know.
Waiting for Desmond's response.
Desmond looks at it, just says, all the gears are just stuck together like it. Sometimes metal could expand and stick together, but this, I don't know, it's like it's rusted together, but there's no...
It warned me, I guess. I knew it was coming. I didn't know what was coming. I knew something was coming. Something was happening.
Listen, if this thing has been broken, has this thing ever shown a different time?
What time did it say the whole time I was carrying it? if I remember.
It seemed to just be some random time, but before it was broken, but you could still wind it. You could still turn the gears and it would change the time on the watch. It didn't seem to be stuck, it just never really seemed to work. Whenever you wound it to get it to tick, it just wouldn't go. But now it seems to just be fused together at that single time.
You know what I think this is? I think it's a threat. I think he's telling me we're out of time and he's coming. I think he knew we were gonna feel his presence, or he let us feel his presence, and I think he wishes us to be scared.
Not scared of that coward.
It is folly to try to ride out against the islands. The only hope we have is that he comes for us and not the Jinn. If he rides east... I don't even want to think about what could happen.
They'll lose another stupid city. What's their army look like? Can they hold anything? Will they do damage to it? Make it weaker, then we'll kill him.
I mean,
They have about half as many troops as we do, but almost all of them are extremely specialized and quite strong. Not to
From what I
mention-
can tell, I mean, he's not stupid, but he is powerful, and if he says he's coming for me, I don't see any reason why he's gonna skirt around it when it's time. He says it's time. My watch says it's time.
We should hold here and win this fight. If he shows himself here, then so be it. I'll do everything in my power to conserve my strength, just in case. If it comes to that, then we will have to beat him here. We can stand against him. No different than if we rode out against him.
Maybe your fancy buddy Bahamut has a answer to whether a god dragon has a weakness. That's probably, I don't know, I guess we just fight.
I mean, I could probably head back to Elysium and maybe ask Bahamut.
I'm going with you for that one. That guy, he's a dick.
Not to mention he's...
I mean, you just angered him, Cinder.
I mean, the one thing that Elysium taught me: gods bleed and gods die. All that costeth is yet another so-called god that's gonna die in this realm. Be it by my sword, or your staff, or Ivar's blade, that dragon will be beheaded.
I mean, if he did obtain full divinity, he's still young, and a creature was able to kill Torm, and we killed that creature.
I mean, yeah, he's gained power just like we do. I mean, if Lannister's gonna try and fight a god anyway, that means we've got a chance.
Oh, there's no try, Cinder. I will be her.
That's it. I mean, we've got stronger and stronger in all this time, and now he's got stronger. That's to be expected. I think God is a title that maybe we're... Well, besides that wave of power we felt, a title's a title. I mean, Ivar's no stronger by being called a trade prince. It's just something that gives him power because it's given power. We cut him down like any other dragon, he'll bleed like one.
If we are going to hold here, we have preparations that need to be completed. I'm going to get back to work.
Aye.
We are
Business
erecting
as
this-
usual then, no change in plans?
I would aim to conserve your strength for the coming battle in case he makes himself known. Do what you can with what gifts you have, as troublesome as that may be.
Well, I meant to convene some of our commanders, and I think it's as good a time to do as any. Maybe get a sense of the troops and a sense of what they felt while I'm there.
I will plan around this eventuality. And she just kind of gestures off into the distance. Whichever fortress is there, I will make preparations for that to be a bastion if it needs to be.
Anybody else want to come meet the others for a sky dinner while we prepare?
Which ones?
I will need to check on my army. So yes.
Go for it. I need to continue my preparations to protect Arvar's army.
So whoever wants to come with me, I will step aside and get ready to teleport over to the army, see what happened, and accept my old invitation that happened before this.
Oh, I totally want to do that. Let me cast some fucking wards first. Jesus.
Well, I gotta time it early so that I can come back and then cast the fortress so it'll be up.
Just give me like 10 minutes. We only have a couple more spell slots anyway.
I can give you 10 minutes. I can do that. As I root around some of my backpack and see if anybody has like a metal case that I can put this watch inside, because I don't want to throw it away, but I don't. Maybe that helps. I don't know.
Oh, do you think he's like watching you or something?
I think he is watching. I don't know. I don't think the watch. How? I guess it doesn't need a case.
Okay.
But I think he is watching. I don't think there's anything we can do about that.
4,000. Should be the last of it. 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, 4,000. There we go. Alright. So, the 3 gray X's are spell glyphs for Blade Barrier. And then all the orange ones are generic explosive runes of varying levels.
Alright.
And varying damage types. Just not fire. Probably just like cold, lightning, and thunder.
Gotcha.
Or actually just cold and thunder. Actually, just thunder. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, wait a second. Aren't there dragons of all these? Yeah, so it would just be just a mixed bag.
What are these X's here?
The orange ones?
Yeah.
Explosive runes. All of the orange, all of the orange ones are 20 foot, so 40 foot radius diameter bombs, 5d8 damage.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do let me see if I can this. Before I teleport away, from like here to here, part of the illusion of this big square here with the earthquake that Lannister requested is some of those barricaded fences, some of them here, so that people will try to funnel over this ground that will now look like grassy terrain like the others, but we'll be able to mark it by having these funneling fences. We know not to go between those. They won't.
Gotcha.
And unlike other illusions, it says that like when they step through it, they can see that it's an illusion, but the illusion doesn't disperse after that.
Yeah, a lot of illusions don't really disperse. They just know it is once they touch it.
Once they fall
Extra diamond
10
dust
feet
is
deep.
done. And I am out of...
10 feet's a long ways for a kobold.
For a horse too.
Yep.
I gotta get back here and cast symbols tomorrow, but that's tomorrow.
I don't know how much horses ride cavalry, but I mean kobolds, but anything that they're riding on will twist ankles.
Oh yeah. Alright, good shit. And then after that you teleport back to where you think the army is?
Yolder had an idea, right? He zoomed out. I would know the farmsteads in the area from our raids with the red orcs. So if there's something near, I could get there and then travel from there.
Yeah, it's basically just, it's more an estimation of like, well, if they've traveled a day, they're probably like 30 miles out from Heartclaim, so they're probably around this area. If you just teleport and fly up, you'll probably see them somewhere. It's 10,000 men on the march, you'll probably see something.
Yeah, a little bit of
Seeing
telltale
Cinder
signs.
kind of like screw up his face in concentration in regards to trying to figure out the exact location, I quickly glance around on the ground here and just look for a rock.
No rocks. Yeah, it's weird. Find yourself a rock.
No blades of grass, no nothing.
I pick up a rock.
I just want some air. No air around here. It's weird.
I take a deep breath and lock it inside my air chamber that I built into my body.
Yeah. You look up, there's no birds or clouds or sun, nothing.
Oh god, he snapped everything away. It's all gone. I just pick up a small pebble.
Oh yeah, way back.
Yourself a pebble.
Then, so everybody wants to comes with as I teleport us to that area.
As you pop into existence upon the plane, looking around, you don't see anything. Oh no, yeah, that's definitely the horizon moving over there. No, that's just a really long line of people just strewn across the plains. That's where they are. They're probably a couple thousand feet or so away from you, but you see them on the march. As you approach, you also see, far back in the back of the line, you see a large, imposing figure up in the sky. An airship, the one you've seen before. It is noticeably larger than the sky yacht. It's not a monstrosity or anything, but it is a large construction, and it's quite lavishly created. You've gotten some eyes on it from the day or two that it was in Heartclaim and you were there as well, as it looks impressive and fucking expensive. But, yeah. Sasamim has not exited there, though. She arrived, as far as you know, on that airship, but only her representative descended and was speaking. So
I leap into the air, assuming everybody has a means to follow, and go towards the airship.
As Cinder heads towards the airship, who all went with him?
I did.
Ivar.
To check up with the army. Take damage control and whatnot.
I would have stayed.
Oh no.
Yeah, my mic screwing up every once in a while. It's goofy. So just Ivar and Cinder. So Ivar, Cinder flies towards the airship. Oh, you did it? Okay.
Yeah, me and I was also trying to bring Ashamka.
Sure.
I'm just making barricades.
Where are you heading to, Yolder? You heading to the airship too?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And then Ivar, where are you heading?
I'll head to the airship first.
Okay. As you start
Rub it
to
into Mishasa.
As you start to ascend up towards the airship, you can see the troops down below. At this point, you can see it's not quite a scene of chaos. You do see what look like officers riding on horseback next to the line of men, sort of shouting orders as they look like they're on the march again. Although you can see small groups of individuals off on the side of the line, people sort of sitting in the grass, as it looks like some people have been more shaken than others, but the officers are doing the best they can to get everybody on the move again. as you all ascend up towards the airship. As you ascend up into the sky, you see this large ship made of whitened wood and large sails that extend up the top of it and off the side like gigantic fins, as it looks a little bit more like a nautical ship compared to your own. There's no gigantic balloon on the top of it. Its nature is just a little bit different than what you've seen before. And as you fly to the top of it, you start to notice them. If I can find them. You start to see men aboard with flaming hair, polished armor, swords at the ready. Well, not at the ready, at their hip. You can see an armed contingency on top, as you also see a very large individual, a gigantic sword off to his side, as you know what these creatures are. Those fire genasi that you know from before, from the lands of the... Seems like there's a decent retinue aboard this ship. Why are you so small? As they all watch you as you come and start to form up to sort of meet you on the side of the ship, as a large man standing within their midst. Oh. As you see one of the Afriti aboard. He approaches the head of the ship. Ugh. You are Sind, are you not?
That's me. Stand down.
What word do you have? What has happened here?
I think you probably felt what we felt. I think that the enemy has taken a leap forward in power.
He's made his presence known.
You can see flames lick out the bottom of his nose as he sort of sighs deeply, eyeing up 3 individuals that ride up onto their ship. As you hear the voice ring out, "That's all right. Let them aboard. She's been expecting them." As you see Genevieve off to one side, walking up from below decks, as she comes to... You drag her on here. And she's so small. Why are you so small? As the man looks over at her, looks back up at you. Fire again licking up out of the corner of his mouth as he just takes a step back, and the other armed individuals just relinquish space to allow you. I wish this was under different circumstances, but that was an unexpected thing that just happened. But Sazamim is most interested to know what it was. Please, come this way. As you can tell, she is ever so slightly out of breath. She moves aside and shows you towards the door.
Alright, open it. First one there.
As you open the door and are led below decks, Genevieve following behind you as you walk deeper into the hull of this place, you can see rooms on either side of you, quite nicely made. You notice the hallways, sort of much like the Sky Yacht, are built tall and wide for what seem like somewhat larger figures. And eventually, you see, walking just through the main hallway, it seems to open up into the belly of the ship, where a large, looks like almost like dining room slash ballroom is. You walk from stone to what looks like polished marble underfoot, and it seems like 2 stories in the belly of this ship have been carved out to form a high ceiling, and a chandelier above you slowly ding, 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 with the rocking of the ship overhead. As Sasami sits at the far side at a table with a variety of what looks like fruits in front of her, and she stands. Hello. It's nice to meet you again. You're doing well.
Can the
And
same
what
be said
is
to you?
this? As she looked over at Yolder.
That's right, you have not had a chance to speak with me after this. I am just following in the footsteps of Hephaestus. The matter of greater concern for the time being is Karsith.
As I expected. I hope you have an explanation on what exactly just occurred. I did not exactly enjoy that feeling. You know what it was?
The feeling of being in the presence of a divine being.
I mean, this is what we feared from the beginning, and this, I don't know, confirms the worst case scenario, but I don't know about unexpected.
Seems Karseth has made his presence known. In a very fun fashion, I must add.
And I suppose we do not have time exactly for pleasantries. I was hoping to enjoy a meal with my business partner of sorts. But I suppose that's not what you're here for. So what is it? My deal still stands. I offer you what I can, but I brought no forces with me. Do not expect an army at my side. Your war is still ahead, yes? Or are you abandoning this cause?
I'd no sooner die.
To do so would be to abandon the world itself. No, I will still lean upon your gift, should the need arise. Though I still am not certain what it is you want me to give you in exchange. Yay, big bird lady.
Yeah, finally remembered to stick around. As I said before, ahead of the one that I think is truly behind all this. And if he does not show himself, then so be it. It makes little difference. It is simply I have no proof of what I claim. Just a hunch. Something I am willing to pay for with what I paid you. And nothing more.
Do you have a word from the ground how people are holding up against this and whether they think they're gonna hold up if it comes again?
What I understand, they are certainly startled, as even was I. But I recovered in due time, and I believe so will they. What I understand, they're already on the move again. It was, well, unsettling, that feeling. But it was fleeting. Your army still marches, and they'll still fight, as far as I'm aware. Although, maybe not with as much resolve as before.
What they need is a speech, a leader of some kind. Yolder, you could do that, right? You could go down there and whip up some shiny happy words, make them do the thing.
Do the thing.
Though,
I don't know. I'm not a military leader. Lannister, maybe he could do it. Get him.
Really, Cinder? That's somewhat disappointing.
I mean,
Are you not to me a leader of men? I hear your organization is doing quite well. Do you not actually do anything?
there's different types of leaders, and the type of leader that I lead through reputation and threat and respect. And while I think that these are good motivators to get what I want done, and people do know that when they do work with me, they're rewarded. This type of, I don't believe that's what troops need to hear. They need to hear flowery words of conquest to come, and that's not the type of thing I offer.
Well, as much as we'd love flowery words for our troops, it will do nothing to save against Karseth's power.
as you can see, unfortunately, both of the most force of will members of our group are both a bit more intimidating than inspiring.
Indeed. I will tell you this, though, Cinder. As a current business partner of sorts, every coin has two sides. If only a single face is shown on either side of that coin, well, then you and I both know that it's a fake, do we not?
We do. So, I believe you're implying that there can be power shown if I were to show the people another part of myself, another approach.
That is up to you. But it is certainly a quality I would look for in a business partner of sorts.
I wonder if we could get them to hear us if we do want to do a speech, or hear me if I were to do one.
I can rally my troops. I know not for the Iron Wall.
Get Lannister's horn and yell into it.
Rallying
just
people
blows.
is simple, Cinder. Something above anything is that you should know what people want. Regardless of where those people down there march towards and whose banner they carry at their side, at the end of the day, deep, deep down, they all want the same things. Remind them.
Money?
A lot of them want money, yes. A lot of them have homes they are fighting for, people at home they are defending, nations and ideas they are standing for. These things have inspired men across all races to go to war since time memoriam. Appeal to them. Appeal to the things that get people out of bed in the morning and fighting for what they believe in. I could say these things, certainly. I know them. But no matter how I say it, or how I carry my voice, or how loud I am, it does not have the same punch from me as it would from you or Ivar.
I do know how to pull a string in somebody's heart and somebody's drive. Time or two I've got my way with my words. Perhaps after a good meal, maybe I could do a few rounds down there, make a few visits.
Oh, wonderful. Then please, Join me. We'll make a dining of it. And your friends are, of course, welcome. I'd like to know what's going on the front lines. I will say, throughout all of this, it is quite interesting, if nothing else.
I bet from the safety of here.
Well, of course.
I have to wonder, Sasami. You fly on high, and that I understand, but do you not fear dragons coming for you?
I have dealt with more dragons than I care for in this life, and they've all been burnt to ash. This Karseth, I will not be foolish in dealing with him. But, at the end of the day, if you all should fail, if your world shall burn, well, I'm actually quite comfortable in the flames.
One
Cinder,
person's strife is another person's opportunity.
see that you enjoy your meal.
You don't wish to stick around?
I have soldiers to attend to.
I prefer not to eat with monsters.
Everybody's a monster in some way. What's cooking?
It's a high five Gregory on the way out. Come on, Ashram Khan, we're leaving.
It seems like I am not their taste. Well, actually, I think I also want to see the world burn, so I'm just gonna
Yank on her
Yeah,
leash
well.
really hard.
take her leash.
And everybody's got the
Bad.
stomach for what
Ooh,
done.
Oh my god.
Mommy's gonna have to punish you, Asham, later on. At night.
ooh, what's this? As you descend upon the ship, as Cinder, food is presented, you eat. Sesame presents gentle conversation, but she flatters you a bit. All of this, one way or another, it is quite impressive, really, to think of it all. All of this, 10,000 men below you. They march. All because of you. Because you and the one who hunts you. Surely, this probably all would have happened one way or another. I don't think that this dragon waited for your invitation to declare the world his enemy. But you are still his prey. In an attempt to defend yourself, this is what you have done. Speech or not, I am most impressed.
Well, I can't take all the credit for the armies. I can take credit for is the allies I've made myself. Some very impressive people who didn't start out as such. People like the bards may not sing about as they should. People like Desmond who toiled away and built up defenses and technologies that are going to maybe tip the scales in this whole endeavor, and some more obvious because they bellow like Lannister will cut down hordes of them and use his experience in the battles he's been in before. These are the type of people I've kept around me, and they've groomed themselves to be powerful, and because I'm their ally and because I'm their friend, they've helped to protect me where some would have maybe pushed me to want to be a martyr or some nonsense. But we all know that threat's coming either way.
Indeed. You have marshaled twice the force. And those around you, well, you have gathered quite the valuable tools as well.
And I'm not above, taking some of those tools and making it work for what I want to get. The new trade prince is a pretty nice buddy to keep nearby.
Indeed he is. I'm glad that you and I see things the same way, Cinder. I'm glad that we are not tied up in such relationships that can weaken lesser people. Glad you understand the truth of that.
Yeah, the way I see it is they don't have to be at odds. I can have my friends and I can have my goals, and there's no reason why I need to have the same values as Yolder. I don't need to give my money to someone because they're sick. I don't need to not take advantage of the fool who is handing his gold to somebody else if I'm not the one who takes it. But I know that in working towards the similar goals, we'll both accomplish what we want, and I think that the true key in all of this and all of everything is to find allies with similar goals, even among people where you wouldn't think to find them.
Indeed. Wonderfully said. I want to offer something to you, Cinder. A gift of sorts.
Another one. I feel
Indeed.
showered upon.
The one that you've met before. She is valuable to me. Useful. I've taken advantage of what she can do time and time again. But I would use her one last as a link. I'd wish to give her to you. If you would accept.
Well, like a servant?
If that is what you wish of her. If you would take her as a wife, so be it. Slave, even. But a link, nonetheless.
What has she been to you? A slave?
A useful tool.
And, in her time serving you? How has she responded? Is she wishes to be in that role?
Does that really matter?
Well, like I was saying about the speeches, is I think I usually know what string to pull and how to find what people want and get them to work around what it is they want. If you're fighting, or if you're using somebody who's at odds with your own goals, then conflict is inevitable. I know what people want, then I know how to use them so that not only are they happy, but they're more effective.
Indeed. For those that do not have the strength that we do. If you hold your power in the way you should, those before you that serve you, that were molded by you, they know their place. They know their duty. If it brings them pain, then so be it. If they do not like their place, so be it. It is those who stand on top who make the rules, who tell those below them what they are. And so I tell her what she is, and she has no choice but to accept. and I give her to you. If you do not accept this gift, then so be. But I offer this link, you and I, to our future relationships, to our future business, and an understanding of where we stand in this world.
Well, cannot argue the fact that my pre-stated values have all been predicated on the fact that people do have goals who align, and if they do align, then you use that. But if your goals do not align, it doesn't make them useless. It makes them a target to be subjugated. I will accept, and I will find out what it is she wants, and I will make my own decision from there.
Very well. Glad we understand one another.
To prosperity. Raise a glass.
Prosperity. She raises and clinks the glass against yours.
And I eat.
As the meal progresses. What about the rest of you? Ivar, Yolder, what are you up to?
Damage control.
Yeah, no, I like. There are moments that I really like helping members of the party, so I continue to do so if Ivar is co-signing it. In that, sometimes he's a man of few words, and sometimes that resonates well, and sometimes it doesn't. And if he is going to go speak to his troops, then I would simply fly at his side, and if he wanted, I could feed him words of inspiration to carry through, as I would hope to help him inspire his troops, though seemingly quietly from onlookers' perspective.
Sure. So Ivar, as you fly over your troops, you catch sight of Jade at the head of it all. Meeting with her, she fills you in on the situation. She doesn't know what's happening, but quickly enough, she can be caught up to speed. And what do you do with your damage control? Are you simply intermingling within the troops, trying to find those who are struggling and helping them, or are you doing some grand gesture?
In Ivar's infinite leadership wisdom, which one seems, I guess, better, quote unquote? Like, do a lot of people, does it seem like I can only talk to, well, I should only talk to a couple of people, or does it seem like everyone's down on their ashes?
I mean, looking at everyone, they all seem somewhat unstable. Those that are marching, they are doing so because of orders. The officers seem somewhat frantic in trying to get everything back in order. There are a lot who are just sitting and refusing to move. Those just walking at a snail's pace and falling behind. The rank and file are moving, but in a pretty disorderly fashion. It is slow going. You see carts that are being reloaded because they tipped over when horses freaked out. Everything's sort of in a mess. What would be better to do? I'm not fucking telling you that.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Just look at the world around you. It's a great big world with great big airships and great big dragons and great big gods. Probably something grand and big.
Alright. So Ivar looks around and sort of... oh god, my army's like 3,000. Yeah, I try to get everyone to rally up, form ranks.
as you ride to the officers, giving them the word to basically stop the forward-moving troop, to let the backwards troops catch up, to where everyone starts to form up on a single spot. Lined up in rows, it takes a while. It's maybe an hour or so of everyone trying to congregate and being reformed, being given instructions, halt the march, reform, find your place, find yourselves. And eventually, after the hour passes, you see before you 100 men blocks, 30 of them or so, lined up before you in the field, carts laid off on one side, as everyone just sort of eagerly awaits what's going on. You see confusion just running through the lines as, again, officers are riding on horseback up and down the lines, trying to get people back in order. Those that are slacking are put back in place as you hear shouts being rung out, but it's this constant just murmur through the crowd of just confusion. People asking each other, what's going on? Are we going home? Is this it? What's happening? Are we still going or not?
We'll fly up. Matilda wants to follow. Yeah, I'll bring Jade along too. Jade will be there.
Only if it hoofs them.
And Ivar is actually getting roasted alive. Jade, she just gets on, she just bursts into flames and dies. So that sucks. And then I repeat that process to kill everyone in my army as I fly
Very
up.
inspiring.
Yeah, very inspiring. Yeah.
After like the first 2,000, some of them start to get the hint and start to run away, but you catch them all.
I didn't just catch them and die. As I ascend up, and then just display myself. What time of day is it? Is it sort of like evening?
Yeah, it's midday. It's like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, wow. No, it was later. Oh, we have not been working fast. Okay. So I will... Cinder. I will rise up. Men. What you felt now was the feeling of the weight of the world against you. It is telling you to stand down. To make sure you know your place. That you are worms. That you are nothing. But I am here to tell you otherwise. You have been chosen to ride under my banner, under my leadership. You are not mere men. You are not worms. You are my men. And my men do not bow to the world. My men tell the world to bend their knee against them. We are indomitable as I am. We burn, and we burn hard. We will make sure that whatever sent that out, we will tell them to bend just as we have. We will make sure their blood spills and fills this land. We will make a new river of blood and gore, of our victory and conquest. We will make sure that this will be one more victory under Ivar, under Trade Prince Ivar. Are you with me? If you are not, you may turn around. Hearth claims over there. If this is too much, if the world tells you you are small, go home. War is not for you.
Oh yeah. Give me that persuasion roll with advantage.
Persuasion. Come on, why couldn't it be intimidation? And then just make them go. Fine, I don't need an army. Persuasion. Ah.
Ooh. As your voice rings out, there's murmurs of confusion. You hear voices. Conquest? Conquest? I thought... No, he is a conqueror. He came to the pens, and he conquered it. All we have to do is the same. Whatever's in front of us, we just have to conquer it. We just have to rule over it. Whatever that feeling was, we just have to beat it, and then it will be ours. Whatever that was, that could be ours. We could conquer that. All we have to do is take it. Just like that man up there took the pins from Mishasa. Just like we took our lives back. All we have to do is take that from whoever that thing was. We just have to take it. And you just hear not so much jubilation as this sound of almost anger running through your force. You feel the welling up of the former slaves that were freed, those that were subjugated at the hands of Mishasa, those people that have never owned anything in their life, now finally getting the small amount of coin that they ever have that was theirs, paid to serve. And now they were no longer the ones afraid. They were no longer the ones having to protect themselves. They were marching forward to conquer. They were the attackers now. And although the feeling is strange to especially you, Yolder, you may be thought of an inspiring voice, maybe expecting calls to defend the world, to save it, of what people have to lose. But that's not Ivar's style. He is here to take. He is here to claim what Tarseth claimed. And now, so are his men. The tone is somewhat somber, but you can feel the determination running through the ranks. People start to stand. They start to clash, sword to shield. You hear the thumping of feet on the ground, and it's not a cheer that rises up. Just a of clanging metal against metal as the fighting spirit is reinvigorated in these people.
Teach them to fear us.
As you just hear a rise up, you hear the shouting of officers again. Ranks! Fall up! We march! As one by one, these regiments of 100 men start to form, and they start to march once again. Towards the south, towards the war, towards those they would conquer. As the day goes on, the men start to move again, reinvigorated. You can see, after they pass Tyr's forces, follow They seem somewhat shaken a bit, but you can see those holy order of paladins leading each regiment. As they walk, the men behind them also walk in their stead. Chests rise, swords at the ready, their feet stomp with purpose. As you know, they are also not shaken. As the iron wall follow them, you see stern faces. You see the heavy footfalls. You see just a glare in their eyes. You can feel the hatred of whatever that was. Something tried to break the wall. No one breaks the wall. As the troops continue to march, the dinner goes throughout the day. Early dinner. As you all can stay the night if you wish, but it seems like the troops are on the move again. Lannister, you work throughout the rest of the day, continuing building the site as time starts to pass. Unless there's anything else you need to do, days start to go by. 1, 2.
Oh, I have other stuff I gotta do.
I'm assuming you're putting more traps and shit.
Yeah, but it's dependent on us putting up the fortifications.
Okay. So do you guys stay with the army, or do you just go back the next day or something?
It's up to Cinder.
Okay.
He's the one with the teleport.
I have a conversation with the handmaiden here, and then I'll fly down to them and see what their plan is. If he needs to make she needs to make preparations down at the fort, I'm not gonna make her wait to go back.
Okay. Yeah, after the dinner, you step out. Sasamim follows you. Genevieve, you have a new assignment. You are to serve Cinder. You are to be my link between us. Whatever he asks for, you will answer, as if he were I. Am I understood? Yes, Sasamim. Of course. Good. Well, Cinder, I enjoyed our meal and our chat. I wish you good luck in your coming battles. I hope you do not find your end here. I would hate to have to replace you.
As if I could be replaced.
Good evening. I'll watch your battle from on high.
And then when Sasamim leaves, and I have some alone conversation, what I do is I take out 100 platinum from my my pocket change pouch, and I hand
just pocket change.
I hand her 100 platinum, and I say, I don't know how the rules or your relationship was with Sasamim, but I do know your resume. I do know that you've been successful, and I wish for you to be my right hand in my business and my dealings. But I say wish because, which I don't know if you've had before, you have a choice. I can give you wages such as these, with much more to come. I can give you power to grow along with the power that I gain. And I can give you all the freedoms that you didn't have before when you're not completing a task that I require. You have this choice, or you have the choice to walk away and do whatever it is you wish, but I can guarantee that whatever other path you take won't have the grandeur that a path alongside me would have. You can have as much time as you need to decide this, because I have a battle to fight, and, well, I expect to come out of the other end, but Consider this a down payment on your future. It is your money. And you can tell me after what it is you wish to do.
She takes the bag from you, holding in front of her. I understand. I was with Sasumi since my creation. She is all I know. But I will do as you say. I will think on your words. But I do hope Sasumi is older than I know. And I always wish to see her grow. I do hope to see you grow, maybe.
I intend to. I don't think there are bounds that can hold where I intend to grow, and know that because of my generosity today, that does not mean I am weak or able to be walked over. I am harsh in my way, and I will not have anybody stand in my way. And the things that you might have to do while under my employ might not be things that are palatable to other people, but it will be worth your while.
Of course. As I said, I will think about your words. Thank you, Master Cinder. Will you be off?
Gotta go see what the gang's doing below. Gotta fight as I leap off the edge.
As you start to walk away from her, you hear behind your back, ever so slightly, weakness is not the worst thing in the world. As you leave, going back down to find Yolder and Ivar, it seems like whatever's happened, the troops are on the move again, thankfully enough. They don't seem 100% looking at Tyr's forces, but most of them seem motivated again. They're certainly not fleeing in droves, which is nice. So they'll probably arrive in the next few days or so. As you all teleport back?
Yeah. As long as that's what Yolder and Ivor want to do.
Yes, please.
Alright. Teleport back at the end of the day or so.
So all my big spells are gone. Karseth looms over the horizon.
As Karseth appears and fire breaths all over your army, and then it's gone. Ha ha ha.
Unless there's anything... Yeah, unless there's anything specific you need to do at a specific time, you know, we can start marking more traps and things, but we don't need to do that right now, as we'll say the days start to progress, one at a time. You know, after this day, should be probably another 4 or so days before the army arrives, and hopefully they'll arrive before the enemy forces do. As 1, 2, somebody leaves, 3, and 4 days pass. You hear a call from Ashimka. From the north, men are seen. The army starts to arrive. 3 hours pass. Noon passes. The army starts to filter into this area. The captains and leaders start to greet you, start to try to shore up fortifications, start to plan out exactly where men are supposed to be. And then you hear the call again. Dust in the south. Movement. Far off. But there. The enemy will arrive it will most likely be sunset. And they'll be upon us. As the time moves, men quickly start to form up and get into position. As rank and file are formed, as the army is played, you can see the ranks starting to form. Like, move you fuckers out of the way. Not missing anybody. Yep, Yolder's up there. As the Allied forces start to form, rank and file, positioning themselves within fortifications that I assume have been erected at this point.
Mm-hmm.
As they prepare themselves for the fight to come, you start to see the enemy forces approach. You see large four-legged beasts, almost like gigantic scaled dogs. Thousands of them fill the fields. As they march, crawling across the ground, you hear just this calling out in the distance, these horrible screeching calls from these creatures. You also notice in their mass these gigantic forms, 10 to 15 feet tall, lingering in their masses. The same forms would have red scale and massive compared to their smaller kin, as thousands of them start to form. To the far west, you can see emerging thousands upon thousands of tiny little creatures swarming over each other like a rolling ball of flesh and steel and snarling teeth, as close to what you assume 7,000 or so kobolds fill an entire area of the plains, crisscrossing through forests. Behind them, you can see large groups of what look like snarled kobolds with long staves walking in the rear of them. Off to their side, you hear the clanging of metal, the calls from their western flank, as over 2,000 or so orcs emerge. You can see crawling across river and into the open lizardmen. A throng of them riding on gigantic lizards on the eastern branch. And in the middle, above Kobold Head and Drakes, the sky starts to fill with beating wings. Gray and brown flesh. As you can see, ever so slightly, the rear, their tails seem to end in barbs. As over 2,000 wyverns fill the air. And then you see below them, wings beating. A variety of colors mixed in and mingled amongst them as they fly forward and land upon a large hill on the far side of the river. 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 dragons, all amongst them. Larger than the wyverns, a variety of colors, and in their midst, white, black, green, blue, and red, gigantic wings, scaled, whipping tails, as gigantic dragons roost upon the hill, overlooking these forces that march towards you across these plains, each one a fearsome sight, as these forces marshal before you. The men prepare themselves. You can see some start to waver, rumors starting to form, whispers, as the lines start to falter. But it's too late now. The enemy is here. The army is here. Preparations have been made. This is where the force of Omnia will stand, clashing against the troops of Koseth. And we will see how the battle ends up next time on the Expanse. We'll see how the war goes.
Ooh-wee. I'm all cast out. I'm exhausted. A lot of little squigglies I had to put on there. I'll give you a little key. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll have to write a little thing on what all the fucking things made.
Yeah, because some of the squares are the orange squares are friendly. They're healing.
Death healing, right? Like just nukes, like radiation healing, but just way too much of it.
The greens, the green squares are death symbols, but the orange squares are a combination of beacon of hope and mass cure wounds. With verbal triggers, that'll be fun. I get to the Lannister shout at things, Lannister.
Oh, bam! Kabowie!
Kapooey, Papa!
Be sure to tune in for more Dungeons and Dragons. This, well, fight for the entire world will be live again next Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern for more D&D. Hopefully we'll have Desmond and he can take part in the wonderful battle to end all battles. And you get to see whether or not we save the world or literally just fold right here. It'll be awful. Be sure to tune in. It'll either be victorious crying or sad crying. It'll be great. It'll be live this Sunday at 5 p.m. And we also have the return of a wonderful fan favorite, Kingdoms of the South. Oh yeah! We get to go inside that cave and find out if we're all gonna die to orcs and bad stuff. Oh, we're gonna die? Oh yeah, we're totally, okay. Well, be sure to tune, you ever want to see a TPK live, be sure to tune in this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern so you can watch all of us die in the Apex Alliance as we get stabbed over and over. It'll be great. It'll be fun.
Well, except
Promise.
Milo.
Yeah, except for Milo. Milo will use the Force and solo all of them or something. And we will also be back for more Song of Rapture this Thursday. So we have all 3 games back for a little bit until someone needs to take a break. So be sure to tune in this Thursday for Song of Rapture at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Other than that, I want to thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you next time. As always, it has been a pleasure to have you, and may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Toodles!
So we have all these great new subscribers in here. And remember, if you're a subscriber, you get 3 entries in every raffle we have. And also, you get to be part of our Discord team. And by you subscribing, you do help the show. The money that we get from subscribing allows me to buy more things to give away. So it's just a cycle of awesome.
We started making so much money, we just gave it right back.
What is that from?
SpongeBob.
Oh. All right. Also, we're going to be changing how we do our subscriber loyalty program because the download and then the reach out, we'll just be having people email us. It's just a screenshot of their 3-month and their 6-month. But we just sent out our first batch. So thank you for doing that. It was a group effort. Some really cool things are in the mail today.
Put them in the mailbox today.
All right, so
Sure are gonna get mailed.
District Locust.
Hey.
District Desert Locust. Desert Locust.
That makes sense.
That is a
Desert Locust.
Desert district.
Congratulations, Desert Locust. You just won yourself a friggin' dragon miniature.
Woo! Dragon.
Let it go.
And remember, guys, we got more coming. That could be a player character. That fucking makes sense. Yeah, that makes this. Yeah, you want her to be loyal to you, not to Sasamine. Fuck that. Oh yeah, here's my gift. What is it? Oh yeah, it's just a listening device that you put in your house, so I can listen to everything you're doing. Here, take it. Okay, so all of the white X's, like the white ones, which those are balls of light. I'm like putting up a post-it note. Clean hairs. Yeah, but thankfully Wall of Light is 50 feet long. Or actually it's 100 feet long. It's 10 panels. Wall of Light. Yeah, and it lasts 10 minutes. That's the best part. So it lasts for 10 of your modified rounds. Yeah, semantics. Yeah, they're beefy boys.
death. Is